Not long ago, 4 heroes slew the Mad Dr. Junkenstein and saved the Lord of the Castle. Tonight, in Zomnic-haunted streets beneath the full moon's glow, 4 more heroes would face a new peril. They would suffer the wrath of the bride. The heroes emerge from their shelters, hoping to reunite with other survivors in the safety of the tavern.
Someone get her back up! Thank you.
First one there owes me a drink.
Over here!
Fall in on the objective.
Remember who's in charge.
Forecast said rain.
Glad to see other survivors.
We won't last long out here. Let's get inside and figure this out.
Climb this land for me. Can't hear myself think with that radio blaring.
Do not leave your home. The castle has fallen. Approach at your own peril.
These messages. I hope everyone got out safe.
Does anyone know what's going on here?
I'd bet these Zomnics have something to do with the Lord of the Castle. And Dr. Junkenstein, no doubt. What are we waiting for? Let's get to the castle and chop that doctor to bits!
The heroes set off toward the castle, and the howling wind spelled an ominous portent.
You really think Junkenstein's behind this?
Wouldn't be the first time he clawed his way out of the grave.
Let's be sure to close his case this time.
From life to death in a breath. Door's locked. Won't get to the castle without a key.
My sight tells me it's somewhere nearby.
Over there!
Konnichiwa!
그래서 죽나?
The dreadful Banshee lunged out of the screaming gales and snatched the key from the hero's hands.
Drop that now, or I'll give you something to wail about!
Entering the spirit world.
Beelzebub! Do something!
As the wind swept away the Banshee's remains, a haunting voice filled the minds of the heroes.
I expected more from my Banshee friend.
Hey! Who's yapping in my head?
Do yourselves a favor. Stay away from the castle. Or else.
Guess we found our culprit.
Now to put a stop to her.
Our futures are intertwined.
Castle should be up this way.
Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?
Yeah, and I don't take kindly to people looking at me.
Something is coming.
Above us!
From high upon the ramparts, the gargoyles shattered their prisons and rained on the heroes below. The gargoyles crumbled, and the strange voice spoke once more.
Aw, you killed my favorite pets.
You aren't the doctor. Who are you?
A grieving widow.
You're the bride of Jenkinstone!
Aye, seriously? I blocked the path to the castle, so this is where your tale ends.
Reckon I know another way through. Let's get to the dungeon. Should be a lever around here that'll open the secret passage.
Do I want to ask how you know about this?
There ain't a prison round that could keep me locked up. Now get pulling!
In the depths of the dungeon, the heroes fell under the hypnotizing gaze of the marionette.
Are we dreaming? It feels more like a bloody nightmare!
Though the marionette's nightmare ended, the bride still haunted the heroes.
I was hoping you wouldn't wake up.
What have you done with the Lord of the Castle?
I have plans for him. And now, I have plans for you, too.
In a twist of fate, the summoner stood guard over the castle doors she once sought to destroy.
Enemy spotted! Let's take him to the gallows! Beelzebub! Do something!
The summoner? She was dead, wasn't she?
Seems the bride stoked her back to life.
Well, she's dead again now, and the bride's next.
Once we bust through this door!
Step aside, gals. My dynamite will burn this door to the ground.
Hello.
Behind the castle doors, the heroes met only with shadows and looming fear.
Oh, you finally made it. I'll have my butler show you in.
Stay away from that thing! Unless you want to be in a world of hurt.
Thanks. I'll return the favor.
You never mentioned the castle is haunted.
Ever seen one that wasn't?
Stay focused. That ghost could be back any minute. That's just embarrassing.
Riding ahead of the herd. Let's go win this thing. That's the way. Enter the spirit realm.
Target down.
Did the bride reanimate all these Zomniks?
Seems Junkenstein wasn't the only inventive one. Question: is she married to the doctor? Or his monster?
Really not important right now. Look at all this. The bride idolized Junkenstein, even after his demise.
And now she's returned to where it all ended. To finish what he started.
What for?
What else? Revenge.
We need to find the Lord. Fast.
Someone! Please!
That sounds like the Lord. Get a move on!
Within the throne room, the heroes found the Lord bound to an operating table, held at the whim of the bride of Junkenstein. The bride sought vengeance for her fallen creator. She would turn the Lord into a monster most foul, should the heroes fail to stop her.
It won't be long now.
I can feel the bride's aura. She's still close.
We can't let her flip any more switches. Think you can predict the one she'll pick next?
I see her choosing the one we least expect.
This is why people hate fortune tellers.
She's on the switch! Stop her! Beelzebub! Do something! It's gumshoe time! Count 'em up!
Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge. I won't make the same mistakes.
You need a better hobby. Maybe one that won't lead to your untimely demise. Isn't she already dead? I don't know, I'm a necromancer. Her butler's back for revenge. Why's everyone want revenge on us? We didn't do anything. Speak for yourself. Don't let her pull that switch. Beelzebub, do something.
Suffer the wrath of the bride. You won't put a stop to my plan so easily.
You got a debt to pay, hun.
The bride of Junkenstein met the same end as her creator. A death at the hands of 4 brave heroes. The lord of the castle was saved, and once more could Adlersbrunn rest soundly. For now.
那个应该是剧情，就是你在打战役的时候，战役应该是这样。就是至少意大利的那个战役应该是那样。
Our tale continues in Adlersbrunn. An outlaw whose dark magic had graced Adlersbrunn before. Not long ago, 4 heroes slew the Mad Dr. Junker. The heroes emerged from their shelters, hoping to reunite with other survivors in the safety of the tavern.
Tell the devil I said howdy.
Glad to see other survivors.
We won't last long out here. Let's get inside and figure this out.
Beelzebub! Do something!
Lock your doors.
Up and at him, corpse carver.
Come up! Who needs cutting?
Let no one inside.
Are you all hearing this?
The castle has fallen. Approach at your own peril.
These messages. I hope everyone got out safe.
Does anyone know what's going on here?
I'd bet these Zomniks have something to do with the Lord of the Castle. And Dr. Junkenstein, no doubt. What are we waiting for? Let's get to the castle and chop that doctor to bits!
The heroes set off toward the castle, and the howling wind spelled an ominous portent.
These Zombots don't scare me!
What about the one behind you?
If you're trying to make me turn my back so you can kill me inside my corpse, it won't work.
Drat, you got me.
Road to hell's long. Get going. Door's locked. Won't get to the castle without a key.
My sight tells me it's somewhere nearby.
The dreadful Banshee lunged out of the screaming gales and snatched the key from the hero's hands.
Drop that now, or I'll give you something to wail about.
Hey! No dying until
We lost one. I need a doctor.
Our teammate needs to be
Now?
revived.
Someone get that slacker off the ground.
Looking around and let's take him to the gallows.
Enter the spirit world.
As the wind swept away the Banshee's remains, a haunting voice filled the minds of the heroes.
I expected more from my Banshee friend.
Hey, who's yapping in my head?
Do yourselves a favor. Stay away from the castle. Or else.
Guess we found our culprit.
Now to put a stop to her. castle should be up this way.
Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?
Yeah, and I don't take kindly to people looking at me.
Something is coming.
Above us!
From high upon the ramparts, the gargoyles shattered their prisons and rained on the heroes below.
You.
The gargoyles crumbled, and the strange voice spoke once more.
Aw, you killed my favorite pets.
You aren't the doctor. Who are you?
A grieving widow.
You're the bride of Jenkinstone!
Aye, seriously? I blocked the path to the castle, so this is where your tale ends.
Reckon I know another way through. Let's get to the dungeon. Should be a lever around here that'll open the secret passage.
Do I want to ask how you know about...
In the depths of the dungeon, the heroes fell under the hypnotizing gaze of the marionette.
Are we dreaming? It feels more like a bloody nightmare. Over here! Enemies spotted! Ow! 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 Enemy here! Somebody get me some healing. Teammates down! Over there! Someone! Your guts wouldn't fetch me a heartbeat! Get up! Not sure even I could have done better!
Though the marionette's nightmare ended, the bride still haunted the heroes.
I was hoping you wouldn't wake up.
What have you done with the Lord of the Castle?
I have plans for him. And now, I have plans for you, too.
What's it?
In a twist of fate, the summoner stood guard over the castle doors she had once sought to destroy.
Beelzebub! Do something! Let's take them to the gallows! Enter the spirit world. Are we back?
Your case still needs cracking, remember? The summoner. She was dead, wasn't she?
Seems the bride stoked her back to life.
Well, she's dead again now. And the bride's next. Once we bust through this door.
Step aside, gals. My dynamite will burn this door to the ground.
Behind the castle doors, the heroes met only with shadows and looming fear.
Oh, you finally made it. I'll have my butler show you.
Stay away from that thing. Unless you want to be in a world of hurt.
You never mentioned the castle is haunted.
Ever seen one that wasn't?
Stay focused. That ghost could be back any minute.
Enter the spirit world. Looks like you need a hand. Did the bride reanimate all these Zomniks?
Seems Junkenstein wasn't the only inventive one.
Ooh, question. Is she married to the doctor? Or his monster?
Really not important right now.
Says you.
Look at all this. The bride idolized Junkenstein, even after his demise.
And now she's returned to where it all ended. To finish what he started.
What for?
What else? Revenge.
We need to find the Lord. Fast.
Someone! Please!
That sounds like the Lord of the Castle.
Within the throne room, the heroes found the Lord bound to an operating table, held at the whim of the bride of Junkenstein. The bride sought vengeance for her fallen creator. She would turn the Lord into a monster most powerful, should the heroes fail to stop her.
That's just embarrassing. Get her off that switch!
Brad's gone. She's a tricky one.
We can't let her flip any more switches.
This experiment of hers is downright unnatural.
I wouldn't go pointing fingers if I were you.
The bride found that switch!
Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge. I won't make the same mistakes.
You need a better hobby. Maybe one that won't lead to your...
Isn't she already dead? I don't know. I ain't a necromancer.
Enemy here! That ghost is back. Keep moving.
I feel rage in him. Pain.
I'd feel sorry for him, but I'm a little busy.
I thought your dark magic was supposed to prevent this.
Oh, get off of that switch!
It's gumshoe time.
Over there!
Suffer the wrath of the bride.
Let's get back to basics.
Apagando las luces.
You won't put a stop to my plan so easily.
We're gonna stomp on your plans, and then we're gonna stomp on you!
What's up?
Apagando las luces.
We're down.
her creator. A death at the hands of 4 brave heroes. The lord of the castle was saved, and once more could Adlersbrunn rest soundly. For now.
啊？
Beelzebub, do something!
变化版本。
趟战争里
我跑到谁？
山区，我们第一个失守的战区，我有点忘记是哪里。第一个参加失守的战区应该是卡拉汉那个 Deadland 的这个地方的某个城，我忘记了。然后感觉都没有这么糟。那西门是你看得出来，他们放了一堆资源进来，然后可是那些资源全部浪费掉，就跟你缺东西被打爆，或是人少被打爆是不一样的。东西给你，人你也有，然后你们一直在做一些智障的事情，送光光。更前面我们就不巡逻了。Rancher 也有人跑去重盖。
对，没有看到有问题，没有回我。
你妈啦！整个人看他妈右边看了2秒，然后不到0秒的瞬间，就他妈直接转成变成看我，操你妈！
哦，他也是没有。
晚上的连线品质真的是。
Our tale continues in Adlersbrunn. An outlaw whose dark magic had graced Adlersbrunn before. Not long ago, the heroes emerged from their shelters, hoping to reunite with other survivors in the safety of the tavern.
Road to hell's long. Get going.
Mucking around and move.
Glad to see other survivors.
We won't last long out here. Let's get inside and figure this out. I warned you. Let's get back to basics.
Ignore the wailing.
Will someone shut that racket up?
The castle has fallen. Approach at your own peril.
These messages. I hope everyone got out safe.
Does anyone know what's going on here?
I'd bet these Zomniks have something to do with the Lord of the Castle. And Dr. Junkenstein, no doubt.
What are we waiting for? Let's get to the castle and chop that doctor to bits.
The heroes set off toward the castle, and the howling wind spelled an ominous portent.
You're a sleuth, huh? What case are you on?
Right now, the case of what the hell's going on in this town.
I'd try a shorter title.
From life to death in a breath.
That's the spot.
It's locked. You need a key to get to the castle.
My sight tells me it's somewhere nearby.
Over there! Over there!
This bodes well for you.
The dreadful banshee lunged out of the screaming gales and snatched the key from the hero's hand.
Drop that now, or I'll give you something to wail about!
It's gumshoe time.
Get out of here, niggas, and move! Hey,
他为什么不开大？
let's take him to the
太晚开了吧？
Looks like you need a hand.
Someone get her back up! Beelzebub! Do something!
Efficient. I like it. Our teammate needs. I've got you.
As the wind swept away the banshee's remains, a haunting voice filled the minds of the heroes.
I expected more from my banshee friend.
Hey, who's yapping in my head?
Do yourselves a favor. Stay away from the castle. Or else.
Guess we found our culprit.
Now to put a stop to her. Over there!
Something is coming.
Above us! Enemy spotted!
From high upon the ramparts, the gargoyles shattered their prisons and rained on the heroes below.
打不到。
Our teammate's
Okay.
down.
The gargoyles crumble, and the strange
打不到，笑
voice
死！
spoke
快在干嘛？
once more.
Ah, you killed my favorite pets.
You aren't the doctor. Who are you?
A grieving widow.
You're the bride of Jenkinstone!
Aye, seriously? I blocked the path to the castle, so this is where your tale ends.
Reckon I know another way through. Let's get to the dungeon. Should be a lever around here that'll open the secret passage.
Do I want to ask how you know about this?
In the depths of the dungeon, the heroes fell under the hypnotizing gaze of the marionette.
Are we dreaming? It feels more like a bloody nightmare. Over there. Not sure even I could have done better. Someone's down. Get them back on their feet.
Careful! We lost one! Here, let me help you.
Take him to the gallows!
I am hurt pretty badly.
On your feet. I still have questions for you.
Though the marionette's nightmare ended, the bride still haunted the heroes.
I was hoping you wouldn't wake up.
What have you done with the Lord of the Castle?
I have plans for him. And now, I have plans for you, too.
打不到。
In a twist of fate, the summoner stood guard over the castle door she had once sought to destroy.
Entering the spirit world.
The summoner. She was dead, wasn't she?
Seems the bride stoked her back to life.
Well, she's dead again now, and the bride's next. Once we bust through this door...
Step aside, gals. My dynamite will burn this door to the ground.
Behind the castle doors, the heroes met only with shadows and looming fear.
Oh, you finally made it. I'll have my butler show you in.
Stay away from that thing! Unless you want to be in a world of hurt.
We're down one!
Our teammate's
Don't
down!
get sloppy!
You never mentioned the castle is haunted.
Ever seen one that wasn't?
Stay focused. That ghost could be back any minute.
Here, let me help you.
I owe you one.
Fate draws us together.
This thing.
the bride reanimate all these Zomniks?
Seems Junkenstein wasn't the only inventive one.
Ooh, question. Is she married to the doctor? Or his monster?
Really not important right now.
Says you.
Good harvest today.
Look at all this. The bride idolized Junkenstein, even after his demise.
And now she's returned to where it all ended. To finish what he started.
What for?
What else? Revenge.
We need to find the Lord. Fast.
No time for waiting.
Someone! Please!
That sounds like the Lord of the Castle.
Within the throne room, the heroes found the Lord bound to an operating table, held at the whim of the bride of Junkenstein. The bride sought vengeance for her fallen creator. She would turn the Lord into a monster most foul, should the heroes fail to stop her.
It's gumshoe time. This will be quick and painful. She's on the switch.
I can feel the bride's aura. She's still close.
We can't let her flip any more switches. Think you can predict the one she'll pick next?
I see her choosing the one we least expect.
This is why people hate fortune tellers.
You'll learn how it feels to be a monster. Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge. I won't make the same mistakes.
You need a better hobby. Maybe one that won't lead to your untimely demise.
Isn't she already dead? I don't know. I ain't a necromancer.
Someone! Our teammate needs to be revived.
Someone get them back on their feet!
Justice served. I am hurt pretty badly.
She's on the switch! Stop her!
Let's take him to the gallows!
Ah, on let's go.
They got me good! Here, let me help you. That switch! Someone get that slacker off the ground!
Someone! Please!
还有一次机会。
That's the Lord of the Castle. Hurry!
Within the throne room, the heroes found the Lord bound to an operating table, held at the whim of the bride of Junkenstein. The bride sought vengeance for her fallen creator. She would turn the Lord into a monster most foul, should the heroes fail to stop her.
No sweat off my brow.
I'll get my revenge.
I can feel the bride's aura. She's still close.
We can't let her flip any more switches. Think you can predict the one she'll pick next?
I see her choosing the one we least expect.
This is why people hate fortune tellers.
Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge. I won't make the same mistakes.
Vengeance only leads to suffering.
That's kind of what I'm going for.
Okay.
Get her off that switch!
Get me back in the fight!
Our teammate needs help. Careful, we lost one.
Get in there!
Get me back in the fight!
Let's take him to the...
Oh.
That's the lord of the castle. Hurry!
Within the throne room, the heroes found the Lord bound to an operating table, held at the whim of the Bride of Junkenstein. The bride sought vengeance for her fallen creator. She returns the Lord into a monster most foul, should the heroes fail to stop her.
Your debt came due.
You'll learn how it feels to be a monster.
Spending lives like coin. There's one here!
Where'd the bride
Get
go?
me some healing.
I wasn't done killing her yet!
We can't let her flip any more switches.
Idea! We flip him first!
Leave the ideas to me.
You can't catch me.
Knock her off the switch! Quick! Don't worry. Your soul's safe with me.
It's gumshoe time!
I can always count on you. Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge. I won't make the same mistakes.
You need a better hobby. Maybe one that won't lead to your untimely demise.
Isn't she already dead? I don't know, I ain't a necromancer.
That ghost is back. Keep moving.
I feel rage in him. Pain.
I'd feel sorry for him, but I'm a little busy.
You're in for a surprise.
We're down one.
Enter
Go get
the
Slug.
spirit world.
哇！救援大没开了。
I am hurt pretty badly. Hallelujah. Someone get her back up!
Our teammate needs help.
Hang on.
Get her off that
Who's
switch.
supposed to solve your murder if you die? It's gumshoe time.
No. This isn't my time.
A little unprepared for a fortune teller, huh?
Our teammate's down.
Bleeding
What?
out over here.
Yeah. Let me help you.
Mucking around and move.
I need a doctor. Now,
Get them back on their feet!
应该是没了。
The heroes fell to the forces of evil and joined the Lord of the Castle in undead servitude. With their demise, no one remained to save Adlersbrunn from the monstrous wrath of the Bride.
专辑它就有点难了。
Our tale continues in Adlersbrunn. An outlaw whose dark magic had graced Adlersbrunn before. Not long ago, 4 heroes slew the Mad Dr. Junkenstein and saved the Lord of the Castle. Tonight, in Zomnic-haunted streets beneath the full moon's glow, 4 more heroes would face a new peril. They would suffer the wrath The heroes emerge from their shelters, hoping to reunite with other survivors in the safety of the tavern.
No dying until I say
他有
so.
在帮我补血吗？
Hi. Damn, they got me good. I owe you one. Nice try, honey.
Glad to see other survivors.
We won't last long out here. Let's get inside and figure this out.
人都没在补血，丢个那个很毛的。
Attaboy, Bob. Come over to the objective.
Help me back up.
Ow, ow, ow!
Will someone shut that racket up?
Stay silent.
天哪，这什么伤害啊？
The castle has fallen. Approach at your own peril.
These messages. I hope everyone got out safe.
Does anyone know what's going on here?
I bet these Zomnics have something to do with the Lord of the Castle. And Dr. Junkenstein, no doubt.
What are we waiting for? Let's get to the castle and chop that doctor to bits.
The heroes set off toward the castle, and the howling wind spelled an ominous portent.
If I'm not mistaken, you knew that crackpot doctor?
Of course! He paid through the nose for my carcasses. I don't know why.
Honey, when a mad scientist asks to buy your corpses, you say no. I'll be keeping the change.
Locked. Not getting to the castle without a key.
My sight tells me it's somewhere nearby.
Over here!
The dreadful banshee lunged out of the screaming gales and snatched the key from the hero's hand.
Drop that now, or I'll give you something to wail about.
It's gumshoe time. Enter the spirit world. If they die, I've got dibs on the carcass.
他还没有到，太惨了吧！
Someone get them back on their feet.
Hey, someone pick them up!
My crystal ball says you're not done yet.
Slow down, Irene.
As the wind swept away the banshee's remains, a haunting voice filled the minds of the heroes.
I expected more from my banshee friend.
Hey, who's yapping in my head?
Do yourselves a favor. Stay away from the castle. or else.
Guess we found our culprit.
Now to put a stop to her. Castle should be up this way.
Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?
Yeah, and I don't take kindly to people looking at me.
Something is coming.
Above us!
From high upon the ramparts, the gargoyles shattered their prisons and rained on the heroes below.
You're dead, King.
Let's take him to the gallows!
Another murder in Adlersbrunn?
I need a doctor. Now?
It's gumshoe time!
Stay on your toes!
No, this isn't my time.
Something is coming.
Above us!
From high upon the ramparts, the gargoyles shattered their prisons and rained on the heroes below.
哎，这开大概开什么？
Gumshoe time!
Do something!
Let's get back to basics.
Enter the spirit world! Let's take him to the gallows!
No sweat off my brow.
The gargoyles crumbled, and the strange voice spoke once more.
Oh, you killed my favorite pets.
You aren't the doctor. Who are you?
A grieving widow.
You're the bride of Jenkinstone!
Aye, seriously? I blocked the path to the castle, so this is where your tale ends.
Reckon I know another way through. Let's get to the dungeon.
Are you coming or what?
Should be a lever around here that'll open the secret passage.
Do I want to ask how you know about this?
There ain't a prison round that could keep me locked.
In the depths of the dungeon, the heroes fell under the hypnotizing gaze of the marionette.
Are we dreaming?
It feels more like a bloody nightmare. We got one on the highway to Hades.
The bride still haunted the heroes.
I was hoping you wouldn't wake up.
What have you done with the Lord of the Castle?
I have plans for him. And now, I have plans for you, too.
In a twist of fate, the summoner stood guard over the castle door she had once sought to destroy.
Let's take them to the gallows! If they die, I won't let my soul be damned on the carcass.
Your case still needs cracking, remember? The summoner. She was dead, wasn't she?
Seems the bride stoked her back to life.
Well, she's dead again now, and the bride's next.
Once we bust through this door...
Step aside, gals. My dynamite will burn this door to the ground.
Behind the castle doors, the heroes met only with shadows and looming fear.
Oh, you finally made it. I'll have my butler show you in.
Stay away from that thing! Unless you want to be in a world of hurt.
You never mentioned the castle is haunted.
Ever seen one that wasn't?
Stay focused. That ghost could be back any minute. Case closed.
Enter the spirit world.
Time.
Do something!
Let's take them to the gallows!
Did the bride reanimate all these Zomniks?
Seems Junkenstein wasn't the only inventive one.
Question. Is she married to the doctor? Or his monster?
Really not important right now.
Says you.
Someone's down! Get them back on their feet!
Look at all this. The bride idolized Junkenstein, even after his demise.
And now she's returned to where it all ended. To finish what he started.
What for?
What else? Revenge.
We need to find the Lord. Fast.
Get a move on! You're embarrassing yourself!
Someone! Please!
That's the Lord of the Castle. Hurry!
Within the throne room, the heroes found the Lord bound to an operating table, held at the whim of the bride of Junkenstein. The bride sought vengeance for her fallen creator. She would turn the Lord into a monster most foul, should the heroes fail to stop her.
Remember who's in charge. Don't let her pull that switch!
Where's the bride gone? I wasn't done killing her yet.
We can't let her flip any more switches.
Idea. We flip them first.
Leave the ideas to me.
Good shit, Bob. Busy work.
This will be quick and painful.
She's at the switch.
Someone get that slacker off the ground. Junkenstein was robbed of his revenge. I won't make the same mistakes.
Vengeance only leads to suffering.
That's kind of what I'm going for.
Okay.
She's on the switch. Stop her.
Her butler's back for revenge.
Why's everyone want revenge on us? We didn't do anything.
Speak for yourself.
Do not let her pull that switch. Beelzebub! Do suffer the wrath of the bride. Apagando las luces. You won't put a stop to my plan so easily.
You got a debt to pay, hon, and we aim to collect.
The bride of Junkenstein met the same end as her creator. A death at the hands of 4 brave heroes. The lord of the castle was saved, and once more could Adlersbrunn rest soundly. For now.
听说有个成就，看一下。与新娘登场时，这好，这个直接被那个，是哪一个？我听说有一个很难的，有是不是？看起来是那个，现在几点了？11点，还有2个小时。蹲在灯笼旁热舞，鬼魂出现期间，灯笼是什么东西？有人在排这个，你拍拍看好吗？
Our tale begins in Adlersbrunn, where the lord of the castle has called for heroes to come to his aid and defend him against the mad Dr. Junkenstein. Only 4 they were to defend the castle against Dr. Junkenstein and his minions. Dr. Junkenstein laughed as his minions arose, for tonight was the night of Junkenstein's revenge.
My potions should be able to see us through the night.
High hopes for you. No, didn't account for that weak spot, did you?
太久没玩了，都忘记它重生在哪。
Not be too overconfident.
Can't book
The
that
enemies are great.
You're not bad with a bow, but don't you think it's a little old-fashioned?
Perhaps there is still a future for anachronisms.
Dead on.
Enemies approach from the right. Not let up.
Thanks.
Over the ramp.
You'll need more grit than that. I'll never miss my mark. I can tell you and the soldier have some history together.
This is not our first battle together. I'm not the last. Unless he does something foolish.
Dark presence coalesced in their midst. The Reaper comes for your souls. It's hand. The Reaper was cursed. I have empowered you.
Setting out the welcome mats.
The gunslinger's shot found its mark.
The wolf hunts for his prey.
Chew on that.
Through the wolf's eyes. Get ready for a shot. They are coming straight for us. No kill is truly clean.
You really underestimating me?
Get ready for a shot. On the left. Waits for no one. Get ready for a shot. Coming from the right.
That's Doesn't seem to be any end to the monsters.
Let them come. I could always use the practice.
The ground shook as Dr. Junkenstein's
Setting out the welcome
was
mat.
revealed. That's how it's done. Was there a trace of human emotion upon the monster's countenance? No. Surely just a trick of the
Got a bird here, sir.
Nanoboost administered.
The alchemist's concoctions coursed through the monster.
Setting out the welcome mat.
Destroyed from within.
You had it coming.
The air became charged with the arcade as the summoner appeared in their midst.
The dragon's fire consumes all. Yaki karambasta itahe.
Over here.
Crashed against the door, their bodies exploding as the old wood splintered and shuddered.
You tangled with the wrong man.
Much appreciated. Blotted out.
是没错 ，Really 哥可以直播，没有错。
As the battle raged, Dr. Junkenstein himself made a grand appearance.
You will all regret the day you laughed at Dr. Jameson Junkenstein.
Quit making it easy.
Gunslinger's luck.
好啊，都不补血。
The alchemist was overcome. The archer's bow clattered to the ground.
That should be in your bonnet.
有个人挂机啊！
Setting out the welcome mat.
Empowered you.
Come try your luck. Stick with it.
The reaper had been felled. But the wanderers felt sure that he would return.
For now.
一代差在哪？就是极大就变慢了，然后
Come and get it. Get ready for a shot. Coming from the right. Sometimes I surprise myself. Welcome back.
The reaper's body faded into the darkness of the night.
Reaper is dead.
极大局还是就用不是说极大局啊，牛仔的大还是可以秒，还可以秒，还行。
In the midst of the battle, Junkenstein's most
哦，别
powerful
大了，
ally
现在大
appeared.
他极大局速度变慢。
My servants never die.
With discipline comes fulfillment.
Which had returned
Setting out the welcome mat.
All in a day's work. That should be in your bonnet.
It's time. And the monster fell, just as his creator. Exhausted, battered, bruised, the 4 heroes entered the castle to receive their rewards.
这个音效是不是怪怪的？当然可以拿5颗星，太神奇了。我遭偷，车主气炸，看到直接撞。高雄一名17岁太凶了，太凶了！他直接发那个公告说，看到直接撞，车子维修费他付，他要抓到人。我操，太凶了吧！这是什么？等一下，这是什么？无法再次使用获胜英雄。往下，解个那个美洲还是本地这样之类的。
Arriving at Eagle Point, Antarctica. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
哦，这个造型。
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
双坦。
Fight.
双坦一补，连在这边也要这样搞就对了，那我们输定了。我们没补哎。
Engage without mercy.
没补啊，输定了。选个狙击跟他们是来闹的。17岁而已，一定是高职高中。
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Another day, another battlefield.
又是双弹一股，又是游戏有多难玩。
Select your hero.
他玩
Only in unity will we find strength. 1. Fight.
Enemy in my sight.
Make way! Score 1-2. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
我选76啦，选7干嘛？
We're here to be heard. 2, 1. Fight. Match point.
变法。
Kneel to this beat. Pick it up, pick it up.
Teammate
跑屁呀、
Let's get some music.
enemy eliminated.
真的没事吃一个小鸡子。
Defeat.
没办法玩这个、欸，那个队友不配合，真的是什么东西？想打传奇、欸，可是没有队友打传奇，还是没办法。他妹在开台了。
Welcome to Circuit Royale. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
“我知道，他的封面图就是杂谈。
I'm the last one you'll ever cross.
With each step, my burden lightens.
Let's get this show on the road.
那什么杂谈，尴尬杂谈。
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
Just what I need.
Moving the payload. Let's go!
She's gonna blow!
这不到。 现在这个人走不进去，怎么打？
Get
呢，这元素到底是不是要进去？为什么吃不到啊？
Let the Kitsune guide you! Fire is will! Smoke him out of there! Taking damage! Kitsune no kagizume o kakehamase!
Oh.
Payload stuck. Get it moving.
忍者真的在装忙。我虽然说打不到，但是我们整队只杀一个人，太惨了。我们整队只杀一个人，真的太惨了。
This ends now.
Oh.
Cooling down.
Help me. I am not ready to ride into the sunset.
然后我们的女台不敢进去。
She's gonna blow.
Barrier unsuccessful.
I need that. Fire is will. None of this that minutes. Do something. Double. Never said it'd be pretty. Go in here. Get out of there. They can't hurt. The best. I'm on fire.
忍者到底在干嘛？
Thank you. I'm under attack. Payload heading out.
Taking care of you.
Dynamite.
Every soldier needs a cause. Why are we stopped? Now let us move this payload. Come get here. Biotics deployed.
那忍者到底在干嘛啦？人才不做事哎、
Redeploying.
fuck， 在我头上。他这个忍者刚刚有刀也不拔，到底是怎样？
Still got some fight.
Guide you. There they are. Get ready.
I've got you in my sights.
Fire at will.
好，不给啊，不给强化啊，不玩。你不给强化啊，不要玩啊，都不要玩了。到底在干嘛？ 这边爆开不是问题啊，是他该去弄人，他也没去弄啊。这边原地丢手里剑，就不要玩。应该是不要玩忍者，玩个半藏都还比较有用。
Traveling to Nepal.
这是。高雄大林烈火场火警！哦，我的天！刚刚的事情，哇塞！
A mother's work is never done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
It's Kiko.
Let's go.
Kokoyo?
Enemy spotted. Over here.
Over here.
You're stuck. That should be in your bonnet. I feel like a new man. What is new?
哎，你那剑啊，最后一枪没中。
Watch out for this one.
我刚刚打完 PV 啦。
Come on, Cole.
我
Try
刚
a little harder.
我只剩传奇还没有打而已。 我要换吗？换。
Damn it.
哎，我是满血被打吗？还是怎么？没有了，他就刚好准心不用动，我就待在准心里面。
Nano boost administered.
Really underestimating me?
Oh, 恭喜！
It's Hanu.
Let the kitsune guide you.
打传奇要4个人吧，2个人没办法打吧。
Score 1-0.
Should be a place of reflection and learning. It saddens me that it is in danger.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
This is our chance.
2个有人这样。
Gotta hurry, he said. See that? I'll be taking the objective. These barrels are smoking.
Todo listo por
Stick with it.
Double
Here the focused warrior.
射不到，笑死。
You need this. Down.
You're stuck. All patched up. How you want?
The dragon
Nano administered.
This is the end.
Ready on my side.
Stick with it.
It's Hanu.
不行。
No holding back.
没被补到血。
Where was I?
I'm fired up right now.
Victory.
45分，距离那边越来越，这是吧？不对 ，announcements。世纪帝国是减33%，好像没多少。
Traveling to New Queen Street. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Every soldier needs a cause.
To find success, we must search in harmony.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
It's Kiriko.
这边好。
Heals coming up.
Death spiral.
Push started. Let's go.
Lead acquired. Good start.
Behind ya!
That's better.
Oh. What? 队友没补到我，但是应该推得到。哦，刚好。
I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
I welcome adversity.
I've got you in my sights. Let's stop them in their tracks. Sic transit Gloria. I've got meds. Who needs them?
The enemy will take the lead if we don't stop them. It's go time.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I've got you in my sights.
vaporize.
Large utility robot in our control. Happy to know over there.
哦，用那个用物质大学，真是太大了，人气的人生很爽。
Hi.
What's up?
Greetings. Pushing ahead now. Biotic healing ready for use.
Going somewhere?
Robots pushing.
Redeploying.
Ash here.
I'm with you.
Damn it. Escorting the robot. Thanks.
My gift to you.
I see an enemy here. Biotics deployed. That's got you in my sights.
Double.
I'm on fire.
Forward spawn.
The barricade's moving along. Over there.
Damn it. Careful. There's more of them than us. Need that robot back. Pronto. Patched up.
他那个追也追太快了。嘿 ，hello。这个有4个人在说吧，我不喜欢打那种难度，我希望可以。
Everyone heal up. The enemy has scoped. Pass into the iris. Biotics deployed. We have the robot. Time to move.
Forward spawn.
I've got you in my sights. I've got you in my sights. Experiment.
啊！辅助死了，他才开大。哦，我的天！
Still got some fight in me. Let's show these folks a ruckus. If I'm still standing, I'm still fighting.
Much better. That's not good. Stop them!
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Barrier activated. Don't let them push!
Took control of the robot. Move
我
out.
敢不敢补血？
Dynamite out.
60
Lucky
seconds
shot.
remaining.
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
Apagando las luces.
Turret deployed.
Fire more
Destroyed! I'm overloading!
It's just a scratch.
Barrier
The robot is in my possession! Show them what you can do.
10 seconds remaining.
叮了一声。
Overtime.
Show them what you
Stay near the immortality field. This is our last chance to make the robot.
Turning up the heat!
No one can stop me.
Victory.
换个角出来就会拿到大局。
Play of the game.
真的是要帮后排顾很麻烦。
Apagando las luces.
最佳防御，总计造成或强迫。波比昂，波比昂，哎，我没有给他造型。圣诞歌歌。 这也是用什么？我这样好像是用圣诞的。哎，不是，又同一个，我是补进来。
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
The enemy's pushing that barricade. We have to stop them.
Let them out.
That was a close one.
What's the rush? Cooling down.
射不到，队友都死了，射不到。今天牛仔射不到，奇怪。今天牛仔射不到，过来。
Can't escape.
The enemy's pushing. That's not good.
Time for the reckoning.
My fuse is lit.
Get out of there.
A victim appears.
Watch your back.
Oh.
With you. Over there.
Nice. 不是呢啊，队友嘞。鬼，有路修，然后我还被有路修，我还没办法这样冲，就不知道该说什么。
Vengeance begins. Pigs on the spit. Enemy here.
Let's make some progress. Watch out for that enemy.
《新美塔》什么时候有新美塔？他刚刚是什么？哎、欸，啊，我的 shield 还没好。我想说按了 shield 怎么？不对啊，我为什么 shield 会还没好？哦，我因为我一转。
Cannot kill me in a way that matters.
This ends now.
Pushing the barricade.
Recharging.
为什么这个路修补量可以这么少啊？啊，为什么对面的安娜补啊？安娜是好的进来。
I will get my revenge.
这路修是新手啊。我怎么觉得我进到一个很奇怪的场？这个仓鼠不会冲进去，它只会在那边射。
Death in my wake.
Going somewhere?
$60 seconds remaining.
This is an uphill fight. Careful.
很棒。
We lost the robot.
我后来进来的伤害跟击杀都要超过人家，到底什么？然后那个拔迪，他7线上也太猛了。
Just try to stop me. This ends now.
over time.
There's a lot of them. Be careful.
应该是没了吧
？Stop that.
我们的路修是没开大，太棒了吧！
Now entering Midtown. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
把辅助当输出打，那只可以啊。如果那只你会玩的话，巴蒂的伤害是可以打很高的。
Honor is all I have left.
The eye will not fail. The hand will not flinch.
Whoa, nice dude. I respect a man who puts his hair up.
It's more practical and quite dignified.
Knowledge is its own reward.
Oh,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Run. Prey is upon us.
I need backup.
我们的路修是一开始就死了，是不是
There is still much I must do.
Everyone, on the objective. Enemy here.
Marked by the dragon.
Who else wants a piece of this objective?
You can't.
Oh, that's it.
Objective A captured.
350治疗。
The payload.
Watch here. Enemy spotted. Here.
对，这些人到底有没有在补血啊？为什么都没感觉到我被太惨了？
Once again, I set forth.
为什么一定要走那个窄口？ 啊，他差点就死了。
You cannot escape me.
The arrow returns to the
Fire
quiver.
at will.
Yuga wagateki wo kurau!
不知道丢哪。
Do something.
这就是不会看队友，都不看队友在哪，自己冲自己冲。
Anna checking in.
I need help.
我就还没复活，他妈爱乱丢黑洞，然后什么人都杀不掉。
I'll find them. I move with the payload.
Enemy
It's go time.
Their forces outnumber our own.
Face me.
不是，哦，为什么有人？
It is not my time yet.
Let's get the payload moving again.
Plenty of bombs to go around. This'll tickle their feet.
敢不敢帮我补血啊？这些人。
I'll keep trying till I run out of limbs.
Gale the Mahal. Fire at will.
黑洞是丢哪？
Nanoboot is ready to deploy. Watching your
My servants never die.
This'll tickle their feet. My ultimate is charging.
Meteor strike.
The light becomes me.
Light becomes me， 这是他的那个。
Friends like this. Who needs other kinds of friends? Can't wait. There's one. Overwatch. You'll never take me alive.
to your strength.
Victory. Play of the game.
这个拳王是很烦。哎，积分呢？好来，我准备一下。传奇模式的莫伊拉，我看人家打是前面先消他血嘛，前面先消他血，然后当他开大的时候，垃圾阵女王要开大，而且要打到他，这样他才不会回血。所以要躲好啊，有很多高地可以躲。那一关有很多高，那一关至少我记得有2个高地吧，至少有2个高地可以去吧。那一关有2个 ，Shift 要扣他大招哦，这我就不知道了。可能要吧，加血可能要，因为那个不是说开就开的。传奇难度技能都是要丢好的，都是要算好的，不是乱丢的。你说什么故事困难乱丢应该都没差，可是专家以上开始，你那个技能要留好，特定的片段都要留好。像那个开最后一关王门的时候，不是会有3、4颗飞轮吗？那边要是那个索杰恩的那个手榴弹没有丢在那里的话，肯定灭团，基本上肯定灭团。专家没有说到很难，我也是也团过的，但是传奇就绝对有差了。再玩了一场，我去拿点吃的东西，那样喝的，然后准备看那个，看他们要干嘛。
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
我还不知道有什么东西可以吃。哇，全部都是韩国人，我的天！
Can't escape death.
A friend told me that you're getting rusty.
You don't have friends.
You don't have friends.
Just one more mission.
I'll see this matter resolved.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commence. Escort the payload.
Is within my reach. Reforming you.
I have arrived.
My condolences.
Nano boost charge. My ultimate is on.
Enemy spotted.
Nano boost administered.
Potential. A bad omen comes. Move the payload.
Payload stall. We need to get a move on.
We have the payload. Move out. Flanking. I am become death.
A taste of poison.
That should be in your mind.
Beware the shadows. It's hand.
Got a burr in your side.
It's cool.
Thanks.
You will be renewed.
I'm not done.
Widowmaker here. Watch here. The payload stopped. Get it moving. Look at this payload go!
I'm good to go. Flanking.
Do something!
There's a lot of them. Be careful.
Got it. Ready for duty.
It's fine.
I'll get my revenge.
They outnumber us. Watch out.
We can't move until the payload moves.
哎，换来换去的，到底是什么？
Death walks again.
Big samurai. You're powered up. Get in there.
敢被推下来了。哦哦哦！鲍勃吃到那个太猛了。
They cannot kill me in a way that matters.
Receive my aid.
Death appears.
Step right up.
Die.
终于，你看一换扎利亚就赢，有个白痴的角色。虽然说我们的牛仔好像射不到东西。
Play of the game.
你们看多智障，换你一弹就赢，超级智障。 OK， 我回来了。先改个标题好了。然后 just chat。等一下哦，我先把水雷的那个开起来。不是这个。
Things that started happening was
有氧跟没加一样。痔疮区。OK， 好，就等吧。然后等了几天，看你们有没有想问我什么。我要吃东西。没有也没关系。YouTube。哦，对哦，来看一下那个好了，因为我今天错过了，对，来看一下好了。我是从哪里
？This one, yes.
哦，芦笋汁。
あれ飲んで。なんか川の水を飲んだみたい。なんだろう。
我看一下，补一下。
よくないよこれは。何かでごまかさないと。Oh hell. I need something else. I need something else. Say something else.
听这声音，应该知道是谁吧？他声音蛮好认的。
そうだ、そういえば。普通にお茶ももらってたんだった。バブルグリーンティー。バブルグリーンティーとは一体何なのか私には分からないですが、ただのお茶だよね。What the fuck is a bubble green tea?
它不算转身吧，它只是回到它原本的样子而已啊。
Good drink. This is good. Sounds normal. なんだろうね、生活って書いてある。生活It says life. In Japanese, life. Bubble green tea. ただの甘い緑茶？あ、そうなんだ。Super sweet green tea. いただきます。これは美味しいんじゃない？
组长在播的时候在上课。
This is just a normal tea in America. This is not sweet. みんなさ、めっちゃ甘いさ、緑茶だって言ったけど、これアメリカじゃこの甘さ普通だぜ。This ain't sweet in America. Make it sweeter. If you think this is sweet, wait till you go to America and order tea.
直播档。
アメリカで普通にお茶、ティーくださいって言って頼んだら、これより甘いドブみたいなの出てくるよ。うん。US doesn't hold back on sweet. そう。アスパラジュース美味しくないの？
我原本是想要，
美味し しくねえ
我
よ。
原本有要买票啊，
もう敵でいいよ。
后来没抢，后来没有去抢。
いやでもなんでさ、これなんで味覚がさ、こんな台湾のものすごい美味しいんだよ。いただいた台湾のパンとか I don't even drink it 台湾のさ、
我后来没去抢，是因为
おやつとかそういうの全部美味しいのに、
期中考我真的是没办法，没时间去。虽然说就算有去抢并抢到，对。
これはどういうところから出てきてんの？あ、私はねコロナ
汉中长有个好处啊，
ちなみにちゃんとあります。
日文不太需要会，他因为他会讲日文。
これは飲めてる。It's for balance. Everything in Taiwan is really good, except for this asparagus fucking juice.
董事长不喜欢芦笋汁，我也不喜欢芦笋汁。
ねえ、なんでだろう。Milk tea. You can try milk tea from same brands next time. Same brand? Got it.
啊，他喝五桶号。
ボバ美味しいものばっかりでで、しかも量がすごすぎて、
这边好像吃怪怪的样子，我有点忘。
台湾のなんかね、屋台とかで買ってくるものって全部さ、なんか袋にね、液体とかも全部袋に入れてくるんですよ。袋に。だからマネちゃんとかにもドサって「はい買ってきたよ」ってもらうんですけど、容器とか皿とかないからさ、袋に入ったこうビニールの汁をさなんか食べるしかなくて大変なん。
不要挑我毛病。不要挑我毛病。啊，我就摆的画面给你看，它就还没上线。
そうそうそうそう。うん、容器がないからさ、袋から食え。そういうこと。I love that. Yeah, and I love that. たまに、How do you eat it? This one is the best. I love it.
番薯。
このポテトチップスはマジで私が一番好き。これさ、歯茎ズタボロになるけど美味しくない？
总长喜欢番薯饼那个古早味，
めっちゃ硬くて。
如果有看的话就知道，我被看的就是那种很大个一个塑胶袋装的那一种。
It destroys my gum though. But I love it. めっちゃ硬くて。バキって噛んだら口の中で粉々になってガラスの破片のようになって歯茎をズタボロにしてくるんですけど、
会流传到现在的古早味一定都是好吃的。或者是这样讲好了，80%以上的人一定是觉得它好吃才会留到现在。
Avoid the moisture。本当に美味しいですこれは。
他说要吃乖乖。
これは。
来了来了。
これなんだろ
う。五香乖乖。
狼かな？
芦笋汁算吗？芦笋汁算吗？
全然わかんないけど。
但是芦笋汁因为它是喝的，所以
これも美味しそうなんだよな。
而且可以保存比较久吧，我是这样子。
Super taste award。
我是不喜欢芦笋汁，但是有人喜欢。
What is this? How do you read that? 乖乖。Did you drink? シップソーダ飲んでないな。シップソーダでも家に送られてきたやつ飲んだかも。怖い。コーンで作ったお菓子。これ美味しいの。持って帰ろうかな。そしたらなんか今開けちゃうともったいないかな。食べたい。怖い。 Taiwan's secret weapon. This is very good. いやでも美味しそうだな。食べちゃうか。食べよう。せっかくだから。いただきます。あ、怖い怖い怖い怖い。爆発する。I have my own scissors. Okay. 具合具合。めっちゃ硬い。Okay. Cut it open. うわー、お芋みたい。普通になんか茶色っぽい粉が全体的についてて、見てこれカメラにさメイクする機能がついてるから見て。 Look at this。 わかる？私の目をさ黒いのが囲ってんの。だからメイクしてなくてもメイクしてるように見えんの。やばくない？神機能。いただきまーす。
The fuck， 太大声了吧！太大声了吧！我被吓到，我被吓到，太大声了吧！我刚刚直接把它静音掉，太大声了。
これはうまい。最高。I love this。怖い怖い。コンピューターを保護する。どういうこと？あのね、うまい棒の何味だろう。うまい棒の
Coco 就这样啦，只是太久没听到。
うまい棒のコンポタにちょっと醤油足した感じでしたよ。There's a green one? I need that. ソースっぽい味。This one's too good. 止まらん。ぐわいぐわい。うまっ。うまい棒だね。食感は完全に柔らかくて空気が入ってる。カールに似てるね。
我记得他来台湾之前不是在日本就说要减肥吗？就是他的经纪人叫他要减肥。来台湾之后被隔离，我看回去减的都胖一倍回去了。
台湾の不思議の一つ、このお菓子をパソコンとかの機械の上に置いとくと機械が安定するっていう台湾七不思議があるらしい。ほー、then I'm putting it on my computer. It's on. It's on, guys. It's on my computer. なんで？そうなんだ。そうすると壊れないっていうオカルトがあるんですね。Only the green one works? ブヒブヒ太っちゃって。Sounds nice.
巧菲斯，真假的？巧菲斯开始吃哦。我觉得巧菲斯还好，没有说很好吃。うまい。これは間違いないですね。开始吃什么？
コロナな。私にはわからない。
包子啊
？Looks like
还是馒頭啊
？A bread to me. I don't know. What is it?
馒頭还是包子啊？
まんじゅう？わかんない。割ってみるか。
白馒头里面是空的，这样吃起来不会很干吗？真的是馒头，里面是没东西。
Nothing in it. まんじゅうだただの。
馒头没有配任何东西是吗？
紙粘土。紙粘土。
怎样？ 一来就飙脏话是怎样？
Nothing.
对吧？
I think you have to eat it with something. Isn't it? なんかと一緒に食べるやつだね。これあれだよ。豚まんの周りだけ。紙粘土。
馒头吃那么爽，
先ほどなんか
现在吃的是什么东西？
plain。
不要一来飙完脏话就不回话了呢，我做了什么了？
なんだよね。
你撞到你的脚撞到桌子，怪我。
私がでも一番ね、今日いただいて美味しかったのがこれかな。ツイッターにもあげたんだけど、食べかけなんだけどかじって塩っぽいね。なんか塩がかかってて、で間にネギみたいなのが入ってる。
这是什么东西啊？
焼き物なんですけど。
我知道这是什么，可是我忘记名字了。
This one is really, really good.
是那个东北大饼吗
？What is this?
葱花卷。哦，对对对对对对。是葱花卷吗？是叫葱花卷？我有点忘了。
饼。
你看，也有人说东北饼啊，有人说
super good。飛行機あとなんだろう。
前面还吃什么？
梨とかスイカみたいにすごいジューシー。甘い。
那什么 wax apple 中文
watermelon
莲雾。
見たよね。
ちょっと
だけ甘い。
哦，他有吃释迦哦。
The fuck? What? Nothing like vegetable though.
素仙，哇，谁给他叫素仙来的？太屌了吧！现在是素仙 ，what the fuck？ 素仙这个东西超少人喝的吧？我有喝过，我知道是什么。那也太少人了，可能很多人都不知道素仙是什么东西吧，连喝都没喝过，好扯。对，狮子有没有开台啊？没有，他可能不想开。在3分钟，我看一下聊天室，聊天室没有人怎么可能呢？那你聊天室竟然没有人，还是他不是在这里直播的？不对啊，他的标题已经是那个啦，你看他标题有啊。竟然没有人在聊天室 ，what the fuck？ 我把聊天室弹出来了。调出聊天室出来。我看一下他们官方的 Discord， 官方 Discord， 一场活动，1分钟后开始，没有错啊。为什么会聊天室会没有人？哪里？有开始了吗？请你准时开始哦。 还不要跟我说又延期哦，靠北哦。哎，1点了。对嘞，Hello。没开呀？What the fuck？而且正在进行啊。人嘞？我是不是要去推的看一下他们到底在干什么？对的，21个。哦，聊天室有人了，可是他没开始啊。Really entertainment。嗯，没有任何推文啊。最近的推文是10月26号。哎，你聊天室开始有人了，Twitter 有发布，我看到啊，我没看到啊。哎，他不是发在 Really，重新整理一下。看到任何东西，10月26号。什么鬼啊？哎，搞死！又来？哦，不是啊，为什么我没看到他 PO 的内容啊？为什么你有看到我没看到啊？What the fuck？我发在靠背。Fuck it 啊！哇，搞事欸！我也不想他延期呀，白痴欸，到底在干什么？到底是怎样？这些人真的是，不是你到底会有什么技术上的困难，会让你不能直播啊？这真的是不能理解。真的是连个直播都不会开，你到底在干什么？ 我的天呐、你这在搞哎、可能啊，他们之前就说要展示哦，不可能现在又说又那个，我不觉得。哎哎，刚刚是不是有个声音？哦，呀，是你啊，我还以为有声音呢。现在没空啊，等一下。你是想去比钢弹是不是？
是蛮想的、啊，可是我设备不好。
不是线下赛吗？你设备好不好又没差、啊。
但是不是啊？那重点是我怕不适应啊！我之前去我朋友家，我这个是连怎么讲？我这个是比电视怎么讲？反正就是只有手臂长度的那个长宽而已啊！我去我朋友家玩240那一种144的，我不适应啊！我怕电脑太高规格，突然不适应，你懂吗？而且我滑鼠键盘也好不到哪里去，就算要带过去，也是用了3-4年的货，有没有到很好？
好了，等一下，我现在在忙。那到底什么时候才要上？什么时候才要播？Imperial Day 嗯 Right now we're streaming from home and some folks have internet issues. We should go live shortly. 终于，我们再等一下，它马上就要开了。我现在一去看我的 Twitter 首页，全部都是 VTuber，我的天！就叫我走在一条惊信道路上，什么鬼？全部都 Hollow 的、太夸张了吧？虽然说可能是跟我只有 follow Hollow 有关系啊，但是其他我明明就有 follow 其他东西啊，怎么全部都是 Hollow Live？然后有一件事是真的很扯，我这样拉下来啊，我看到大概60%、70%，可能60%，60%是服部 key， 20%差不多是可莱尔皮，剩下就是其他的，好扯哦！服部 key 的推文也太多了吧，好扯哦！哎，所以要开始了吗？ 到底有没有开始？但聊天室那个说已经准备好了，但是实况呢？你说大小姐？你看这哦，来，暂停来讲一下斗争特工这个，我看到这篇文章，这边来讲一下。这边他说，他发的这一篇我喝个水。我觉得二代的营收方式有很大的问题，这是他的标题。里面写想学通行证卖 skin， 然后把免费仔的奖品拔得一干二净，不花钱就没有新造型，活动造型还放在组合包，blah blah 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 blah， 都做成免费游戏了，就应该放玩家进来玩，给一点奖品当吸引。然后这边很重要的一句话哦，看看人家 Apex 免费仔可以拿到战利品箱当成抽奖，然后剩下就是在嘴游戏，然后后面是游戏的回馈机制看不懂。好，我现在要讲那个为什么暴雪要把箱子拿掉。我觉得有个折中的办法，但是他们拿掉是有原因的。对，就是一代的 loot box， 但是我先听我讲。首先，他们拿掉是完全没有问题，没有问题。因为为什么？他们不希望有赌博机制，因为只要有 loot box 就有赌博机制。好，那我说折中办法是什么？很简单嘛，你只要不要让人可以买箱子就好了，就当做是你生意的，他就送你个箱子，跟一代一样，他就用送一个箱子，就这样。但是箱子你没办法用买，这样就不会有赌博的问题。我觉得这就折中办法。然后这边我跟你讲，这是我觉得箱子的办法。然后前面有提到，通行证加卖 skin， 然后把免费仔的奖品拔光。我想这种人哦，他们都没有想过，第一，游戏已经变免费了，游戏已经变免费了，你懂吗？游戏已经变得是免费的，你花钱买造型，而且说实话啦，有没有造型会影响你玩游戏吗？有说我买这个造型，我角色会变更强吗？不可能啊，没有这种事啊。所以造型又怎样？有差吗？对不对？没差吧？有没有造型？有差吗？对你玩游戏来说有差吗？没有啊，没有嘛。又不会因为你有个造型嘛，你就超强，你的角色就变超猛，对不对？没有这回事嘛。那你抱怨造型干什么？再来，人家做游戏又不是佛系，又不是来做慈善的，人家也要赚钱的好吗？游戏已经给你免费的，造型跟你收点钱不会怎样吧？造型就是一个就是一个爽字而已啊。我喜欢这造型，我要用我爽，对不对？不懂啊，这人的心态到底怎样？当然啊，
肚子好饿，我去买吃的。
他写 real life， 手游都是这样搞的，没有错啊。那为什么没有人在喷手游？不是，应该说造型的话是这样没有错，但是有很多手游是你氪金你就超屌，那就不平衡啊。卖你皮肤本来就是 OK 的啊，他只要不影响游戏，他也是要赚钱啊，他不影响游戏平衡，他也是要赚钱啊，对不对？它不影响游戏，它不影响游戏平衡，它不会影响你游戏的任何游玩上面的问题，那就没事了。
At Relic for 13 years now,
Sorry.
and yeah, I came to Relic to work on Company Heroes, and I love it.
Amazing.
So, very happy.
And Jason, so you're new to some of the broadcasts here that we're doing, but you've been on Company of Heroes 3 for a bit here. So again, same question: who are you, and what do you do on the team?
I'm Jason. I've been working here for 2 years now, and yeah, I was an old community guy, and then played a lot, way too much Code 2.
Yeah.
And now I'm in charge of a lot of things balance and a lot of things combat.
Awesome.
So yeah.
So for folks who may have paid a little bit more attention to the ranked ladder and competitive Code 2, they might know you by another name. Do you want to tell us about that?
I don't know how many people actually know the name Tarnation, but I did play a bit. I tried a few tournaments with my friend Troy, and we got wrecked, but you know.
But we pulled you out of the community, and now you're here doing balance. So very excited to have you both here. Obviously, we got a lot of nitty gritty stuff to talk about in terms of the faction and multiplayer and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're going to cover today. But before we get into that, folks, if you do want to stay up to date with everything that we're doing, you're going to want to follow Company of Heroes, wherever you get your news, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. Find us at Company of Heroes. You can join the co-development program by signing up at companyofheroes.com. Where you can also find our forums at community.companyofheroes.com. The Discord is at discord.gg/companyofheroes. And of course, be sure to follow us right here on Twitch so you can find out when we're going live and doing some fun broadcasts like this. So what are we going to cover today? We're going to be doing a deep dive on U.S. forces. We'll be looking at some gameplay, which I know people are really excited to see. And we're going to be talking about main roster, battle groups, and so much more. We'll also be talking about some of the big changes behind the design of this faction. And answering your questions on how the U.S. forces are going to work in multiplayer. And if we can, we'll try and get to some questions along the way. So be sure to throw those in the Twitch chat, and we'll answer what we can. But before we jump into gameplay, Matt, you're kind of overseeing all things gameplay on Code 3. So maybe let's talk about the big picture stuff first. So I'm curious, how did your team approach the design of the U.S. forces, and did that approach change between like Code 1 and Code 2 to what we're doing now with Code 3?
Mm-hmm. Well, I did work on Code 2 from start to finish, and I did partake in that faction development. However, I never worked on Company Heroes 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we have made, I think, 9 factions so far in the series between the 2 games, and we kind of know that faction development has a certain formula, a certain structure to it. There's a tech tree, units, capabilities, battle groups, veterancy, all these other components that go into it. There's that formula, that recipe. Now, on the flip side, there's also this fantasy. So when it came to the development of the U.S. forces, and this is, we're doing this army for the 3rd time, it's interesting. It's kind of like, well, what fresh elements do you want to bring to the table, but what do you want to also carry through as a cohesive theme? So, for example, maybe the cohesive theme is that they remain offensive, maybe they remain infantry-centric, but maybe when it comes to new stuff, we need, new toys, new units, things like that.
Right.
But ultimately, when it came down to this army, we wanted to, and this is not just within the army itself, but within this title and this franchise, that for Company Heroes 3, we really wanted to carry a strong spirit of Company Heroes 1 to deliver on what we thought was the gold standard of our franchise. And that the American faction in particular resonates very strongly for me personally, because that is the root faction of the series. It's the first one that, in many ways, that's the very first faction you'll ever play. Whether it's that Normandy D-Day mission, or maybe I remember for myself picking up the game and playing the Americans on the Semois map and putting a sniper in the bell tower right out of the gate and just having so much fun. but they are kind of that root faction, that gold standard, that pillar that that we kind of have for our faction development. So we really wanted this army to be the at-home army, and really capture that spirit of the COH3 style of American army, and that was the starting point for this army, for this game.
Yeah, no, it's great background, and really appreciate some of that context for our approach here. Jason, maybe I'll put this next question to you, and Matt, feel free to chime in. But Jason, I'm curious what like some of our big goals were with this faction in COH3, and how might have that differed from their past iterations? Like, what were you trying to set out to do with the U.S. forces this time around?
Yeah, so this time around, so like Matt said, one of the main goals was to build a familiar faction. So this is, if when you pick up and play this, you should feel right at home if you played COH1, and even if you've played, even if you're just a COH2 player, it should be very familiar as well. The paths and texts and routes that you can use are pretty straightforward and familiar.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's this is the third iteration, and we've definitely tried to improve it. And one of the big goals that we've set out with the Americans is to keep them very versatile and very flexible in terms of build order. So diversity is a big goal for our game in general, but the Americans in particular. So between the different tech trees and choices you can go, and also the battle groups that we've built, with the Americans, you should be able to play in a lot of different ways right out of the gate. And these different play styles can be effective in different circumstances or on different maps, or if that is just kind of your play style. So you can play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more defensive. So it's a little bit less one path than the older factions.
Right. So Matt, I'm kind of curious where the U.S. forces kind of fit into COH3's multiplayer, and maybe how they compare to some of the other factions, or maybe how they contrast, and how do you sort of see them slotting in with all the other factions?
Right. Well, yeah. So out of the gate, this one of the challenges that we've had is that we're going to be delivering 4 factions at launch.
Yeah.
So, which it's a fun challenge to have, but it's definitely there's a lot more. It's a larger ecosystem and a lot more moving pieces. However, that said, we've got 2 factions on the Allied side and 2 on the Axis side, and they're designed kind of similar to the past, where we have a slightly more offensively oriented one, and then a slightly more defensively oriented one, in order to complement kind of this like balance and alignment within the ebb and flow of our game. So in the case of the American army, they are the aggressor, and they are very infantry centric. And as Jason stated, they're highly flexible and adaptable, but they're not as sturdy, for example, as, let's say, the British. And
right.
That is, so you'll see that the armies are designed in a way to kind of complement each other and cover their weaknesses. So that if you're, for example, in team games, and you're doing either 2v2 or 3v3 or 4v4, there should be a level of synergy there. But overall, yeah, the American faction as well as the Africa Corps faction are kind of the offensively oriented factions for each side, and then the British and the Wehrmacht are the defensive oriented ones for each side.
Okay, yeah, no, that totally makes sense, and I'm really excited for us to kind of jump into some of this gameplay, and we can talk more about the nitty gritty stuff about the faction. So while I set up the gameplay and get us ready to jump in and take a look at that, Matt, in a lot of meetings, I hear you talk about our gameplay pillars and our faction pillars. So
right.
Can you maybe outline what COH3's gameplay pillars are, and then maybe go into what our faction pillars are for the US?
Right. I always forget these things out of the gate, but yeah, I think I know in terms of the product pillars, like we've got tactical game as like, that's like the signature piece of this game, alongside new ways to play, and also cinematic warfare. So from a game perspective, we're really trying to deliver on those pillars. Now, a layer down, each area of the game, for example, let's say audio or animation or gameplay, might also have these subset of pillars that we want to achieve. For us, there's a few, such as there is strategy and tactics beats dexterity. And what that pillar translates to is pretty much we want to be able to out-strategize and out-maneuver opponents, not out-click them. This is a game where your tactics and your intentions and your maneuver abilities, your decisions that you make, have a big impact as opposed to just out-clicking someone all the time. Another one we have is unique armies and immense variety. Jason touched on this earlier. What this translates into is more diversity and more build orders. So you can see that we've really injected that into all our armies, but you might see within these initial games that we might be watching today how we really wanted to spice up the diversity and the build orders and new ways to play, especially in the early game, but throughout the entire match, of course. But yeah, those are some of the examples of some of the gameplay pillars we have alongside our game pillars.
Awesome. So folks, before we jump in and take a look at this gameplay, just please keep in mind that this is a developer build, so nothing here is final. We're getting close to launching, but we're still polishing a few bugs and getting in a couple last minute assets and that sort of thing. So take the gameplay with a grain of salt when you're taking a look at it. We're going to be looking at a couple matches here. The first one is between two of our latest design hires right from the community. So just like Jason, this first match, we're going to be looking at Marco, who is also known as Marcus in the community, who's going to be playing as the Wehrmacht. And then we have Miguel, aka Devem, who some might have heard of. And he's going to be playing as the U.S. forces. I figured if we're going to be showing off the U.S. forces, we may as well get one of the best U.S. forces players in the world to show it off.
Best of the best.
So we're going to be looking at this match through DevM's perspective throughout. So let me just can you both see the match on your end? I'm sharing it with you in our call, so I'm hoping you can see it now.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So let's just jump right in, and let me switch over here.
Oh,
we're good to go.
Okay.
So folks should be able to see that at home.
Okay.
So we got the start of the match here. Looks like Miguel is starting out with his scouts here. Jason, I know one of the things that you really wanted to cover off here is the flow of a multiplayer match. I know that was really important to you to kind of talk about and get across. And so maybe throughout this match we can kind of talk about like how is the player approaching the early game, mid game, and the late game.
Yeah. So actually, right out the gate, one thing I wanted to quickly touch and highlight is so we've put an emphasis on a new subclass of units. They've always existed to a certain extent on all of our other existing games, but they're a little bit more explicit. So these are the scouts, and they're basically the recon/capping unit for the USF, and you have access to them in your HQ. Another unit you can build straight from your HQ is also the engineers with grease guns and SMGs. So right off the gate, you can tell we've already started to opt into a particular strategy, and that's also getting the Jeep at Vet 1, which allows it to capture. Because if you look in the bottom right there, Miguel actually chose the American Battle Group, which gives them access to a 0 CP pick between assault engineers, which is an interesting infantry replacement, and the veteran crews, which allows you to have your vehicles start at Vet 1 and allows you to pick your veterancy skill. And we'll talk about that with the pick a little bit later.
Right.
But right off the gate, this is already kind of a different build that you can already go. And that gives, I think those who know DevM probably know he's pretty famous for a Jeep play, so I guess he really wanted to show that off a little. But yeah, this is a different way of playing where you might have a little bit less infantry to start, like your first rifleman's a bit delayed, but you have a lot more capping power, a lot more vision, and you also have a lot more flexibility.
Right. Matt, anything of note? As we kind of first look at this game, I know it's been a while since folks went hands-on with multiplayer. It was last December that they had a chance to do that. So we've obviously made quite a number of changes. Folks may notice that we were using that newer version of the HUD that we were talking about on social media recently. We've done a new pass of, you can probably see it on the vehicles already, the tinting has been changed on the vehicle and on the uniforms, so I know a lot of folks were calling that stuff out in some of the more recent footage that we were showing. So yeah, Matt, for first thoughts as we kind of jump into this match here.
直接按撤退啊。
Yeah, you know, the game is really evolving each and every week.
它出了
Significantly,
2个
we're making,
它出了一
you
个
know, as we
scout
close things down, we're making really big strides. And just every time I watch a replay, it's just crazy to see all the different art, lighting, presentation elements. Audio is a big part too. That's really coming online as well now. But the unit tinting, and yeah, just like these, I just think our environments and our maps are starting to really come together as well and look beautiful. So it's really coming together as a cohesive package. Visual effects is another area, but yeah, the game is just looking and playing better each and every single day. It's great to see.
Yeah. So Jason,
还有
next question
海水声
is for you.
这
you know,
个
considering that
机枪
this
打
is
那
such
个
a
Cannon
mainstay
Code 还蛮
faction
痛
you know, with the U.S. forces,
一轮
I'm
射
curious how are we
就
changing
破
things up
1/3
this time around? You know, or maybe what's familiar, what might be radically different?
哦，2星了。
And you know, I'm just kind of curious, like what changes are we kind of throwing at the player this time?
Yeah. So you can kind of see it. This game is we still have really large emphasis on the rifleman. So if you played CO2 or if you played CO1, you know the Americans are all about their mainline infantry. They generally have a little bit more manpower than the other factions, both authentically and also in this game. And like they tend to like to bully their opponents a little bit with their superior infantry, with their Garans. So this game, Miguel is going for a very infantry-heavy
那个距离可以打这样
where
子，
he's
太扯
going
了
2
吧！
scouts jeep into 3 riflemen, and yeah, he's using this to great effect by taking
哦，他这个
quite a
好
lot of
扯，
map
你看他
control.
那
If you
个
look,
因为
on the
他
minimap on
出
the bottom left,
他出
he's
一个
secured
一
a lot
个
of the important
一个
points,
侦
and
察
he's
兵，然后一
attacking a lot
个
of
可以站点的
Marcos
吉普车。你
points.
看他，你看他
Right,
图
and I'm
控多
guessing
屌！
that like double scout start along with the
他
that
图控
one
超屌
jeep really allowed him to accelerate that map control,
Yeah.
right?
So, you know, like going heavy into rifles, everyone's probably done before with Americans, but what you choose to augment that with, we've given players a lot of options. So, for example, this game, again, he went for the early Jeep with the double scouts. You could go for early engineers or assault engineers. We've also done a lot of work to make sure that a lot of other supporting units are a lot better. So, CO1 fans will be happy to know that the American machine gun isn't quite as of a meme unit as it was in the past. And also you have a little bit more choice in terms of what you do with the rifleman, because you can go for the bar upgrade, or you could get higher tier units like the Greyhound or the Chaffee, 2 light vehicle choices that you can get in the early mid game to kind of bolster your attack here. Another thing we've actually done, and maybe we should start talking about this, is the support centers.
Yeah, I was
another big way to really augment.
Yeah,
But yeah, so like the core of your army hasn't changed. So if you go for riflemen, it's still riflemen and a Greyhound. Or if you go for the other battle groups, they'll still feel familiar when you have like your mainline augment plus the returning support roster of the American Weapon Support Center. But we've added a lot of different little details that you can choose to go into to kind of change your playstyle.
Rifleman.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about the sports center. So these are like you have to tech into one of these before you can build your weapon support center. Is that correct?
Oh, no, not the weapon. You can start with the weapon support.
Right. Sorry, it's before you can build the motor pool. Gotcha.
Yes.
So can you maybe explain the sports centers and like, you know, it seems like you know, it's obviously a unique teching building. They offer a lot more choices, but maybe it's a bit of a difficult choice at the same time.
So this basically, there are 3 support centers. We have the infantry, the air, and the mechanized support centers. And from what the names kind of imply here is that they kind of offer different augments to your army. So the infantry support center gives you immediate access to a captain retinue unit, very akin to CO2, how if you tier up, you get a certain officer unit. And you get access to very, very interesting and powerful mobile upgrades that you can stack on your infantry. If you go mechanized, you get instant base repairs, so you basically get an engineer unit to repair the base, and a lot of powerful armored upgrades. And if you go the air support center, you get access to powerful air off maps. So basically, in the mid game, you get to choose which direction you kind of want to go. And these all have really large impacts on how you kind of want to play.
Yeah, the tech support centers give you that. So coming back to that familiar versus new ways to play. So for example, when I said earlier, when I said that this isn't very at-home faction, for example, the tech tree and the buildings within the American Army for COH3 are actually the exact same as Company of Heroes 1. That's the at-home experience where we want players to be familiar. But where we want to add that spice is through the support centers. At those support centers, you can only pick one. You're locked into one per match. They give you that additional flavor or element. And then one of the things that I personally really like is when you then select a support center and then you mix it and complement it with certain battle groups. So for example, in this one, let's see, Miguel has actually doubled down into all things armor, is my understanding, where he's gone for the armored support center mixed in with the armored battle group. And that's going to have certain synergies that might be different that, for example, if he had gone airborne battle group with, let's say, infantry support center. But, taking these two things and, those choices is really like we even haven't even scratched the surface of our games yet to really kind of understand all the different variety that this can introduce into our game.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, so I also saw like a comment in terms of like toolkit that this faction has. And of the factions in the game, the Americans have probably one of the most versatile toolkits. So between the support centers and all of the different units and, the tiers that you get access to, the Americans can pretty much approach any problem at least one or two ways. So, broad example is like dealing with the German machine gun is usually a big challenge for most allied players. So as the Americans, you can go light vehicle, you could go early half-track, early Greyhound, you could go into smoke, you could get a mortar out of the first tier, and you could go for the air support center and get aircraft or airstrikes to try and displace that machine gun. So that's just one really quick example.
好扯哦！你看他没有被压制。
A lot of different tools to do the same thing, and it's up to the player 他没有被压制，put together his toolkit.
哦，好扯哦！什么鬼啊
he wants to do.
Right. I noticed that Miguel also skipped the grenade package global upgrade and went bars. So I'm wondering if you can maybe talk about some of these global upgrades for your infantry here.
Yeah. So. We do have the old COH3 system of like, if you get the bar upgrades in your barracks, all of your riflemen immediately get their first bar. The main difference is rather than getting 2 bars right out the gate, the second bar is a munitions upgrade. So a little bit a la COH2. So the power spike isn't quite as strong as COH1, but it does mean that you can invest a lot more into your riflemen and get a lot more out of them. And also, it just means their initial power spike is a little easier to deal with.
Right.
But, yeah.
No, sorry. I was going to ask Matt. There are seemingly a lot of new ways to play on offer for our fans, especially fans of the USF. I'm wondering if you can maybe talk about like, what some of those new fun toys are going to be for our players.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so for example, even if you just like, so for example, if you look at this game and now Miguel's used the classic Greyhound as that light vehicle, and that's great. That's fantastic. It's sturdy. It works well. However, he could have pulled out the Chaffee light tank, which is a brand new tank for the American Army. We also have the half track, which comes in the 75mm variant, and also the quad variant. So even right there, in just the light vehicle gameplay, throughout just the core army of the Americans, you got a lot of choice. But then you tack on the battle groups, and we'll be shipping with 3 battle groups per faction. You've got airborne, you've got the special operations, and you've got armored. So they've also got a good healthy mixture of multiple units.
Special operations,
specialize, give you new ways to play. There's a lot of different infantry with the American Army, like that complement your riflemen. So you've got bazooka teams, you got scouts, you got engineers, you got SSF commandos, you got paratroopers. And then we also have a good mixture of vehicles as well through the Weasel, the Scott, the EZ-8, the Whizbang. There's a lot there. This is all the armies for this game have more units than ever before at launch for a faction. So again, it's all about that ecosystem, that choice, and it's larger. Now we need to. This is where the pressure is on poor Jason and our balance team because of that larger ecosystem. But there's definitely a lot to play with all the factions.
So I'm wondering, Jason, if we can maybe cover the armored battle group here and maybe some of the decisions that DevM is making. But I know you talked about he opted for veteran crews over assault engineers. Can you talk about? I mean, maybe there are folks out there that don't necessarily understand how the battle groups work.
Right.
You know, they're a bit of a combination, I know, between the COH3 system and the COH2 commander system. When I look at this tree, can I go down both paths of this tree, or am I sort of relegated to one or the other? How does this actually work?
Yeah. So very broadly speaking, this is kind of like an expanded COH1 tree with some COH2 inspirations. So you have two trees, a left and a right. But also in COH2 style at the start, well, actually COH1 had this too. If you at the start of a match, you get to choose between one of the three battle groups. So for Americans, it's airborne, special operations, and the armored battle group.
Mm-hmm.
So you can choose that initially. Then once you've chosen that, you can kind of start picking abilities and upgrades within these trees, and they all have their different costs. And we set them up in different ways so that the decisions are always a little bit different between the battle groups. So for the armored, you actually start with a 0 CP cost, so you can start right away with something, and that is the assault engineers and the veteran crews. We talked a little bit about that. But if you keep going down, the armored ones have salvage and field repair. A recovery vehicle, which is one of our new mechanics, and also war machine, which basically discounts all vehicles that you can buy, which is very powerful and usually worth rushing. But on the other side, if you go down this side, you lose access, or you don't permanently lose access, but you delay getting the upgrades on the other side, which can be really good. And the other side are two powerful unlocks, the Easy 8 and the Scott, with two really powerful abilities, which is like Strength and Steel, which is a good passive that reduces upkeep and pump cost. The Fast Deploy, which halves your production speed, and also Search and Destroy, which reveals enemy vehicles and increases the power of your payload.
Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
I was just gonna say, I have a feeling that Miguel's made really good use of Fast Deploy throughout this game, as time is always another big resource in that game, especially in a 1v1 environment. So he's busted out both an M8 Greyhound and the Sherman in half the time as a result.
所以现在游戏如果正常打的话，
that's probably had a pretty big that along with as well as the veteran crews, because we've got that as well. So he can tap into, for example, I think he's gone into one of the special rounds for the Sherman out of the gate as well. So he's already making use of two of the passives throughout this match, which is great to see.
So Matt, when I look at this tree, it looks like there's a decision point, and once I've made a decision at each sort of point, I get locked out of a unit or an ability. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, we have. So all battle groups feature 10 components. However, there are exclusive choices within the trees themselves, and that allows for replayability, player expression, and it just means that you can't get everything every single game. So depending on the type of match you're in, you may want certain things, but you have to make hard decisions. And not only do you have to make decisions between two abilities, but there's also the command point cost associated with it. Do you want something now or something later? So there's a lot of different facets going into these decision points, which just... they really add that long tail to the battle groups, which, similar to, let's say, Company Heroes 1, where there was choices in Company Heroes 1. Oh, this poor Jeep is going against the scout car. Go Bet 3 Jeep. But in Company Heroes 1, you had decision points as well, and you couldn't get everything. And we really liked that system and how rich the system was, and how you could play just one particular battle group, let's say the airborne one, over and over again in all these different ways. And even though we're really only seeing one way which to use the armored battle group right now in this particular game, but there could have been the Scott could have come out. We could have gone assault engineers out of the gate as well. There's a lot of different ways and different build orders within not only the factions but the battle groups themselves.
So this match looks like it's getting pretty spicy. I know DevM has been kind of leading the charge here and has had a lot of control this whole time. But Marco's finally got out his Stug. He's kind of making the play for some of these victory points. Jason, would you kind of consider this like the mid game point, and like what kind of decisions or like flow is the player going to be going through at this point?
So one of the main decisions you get to make as the Americans is basically what you decide to invest in. So the Americans, again, have the most flexibility, so they can go heavily into more infantry and powerful team weapons to kind of support their push, and deal with some of the more advanced infantry that the Germans can get, the Wehrmacht can online as the game goes on. So you're starting to see the Jaegers with their Panzerfaust, which are really, really hard to deal with sometimes. Or you could invest more into vehicles, and Miguel here has kind of opted a little bit of both. So he's gone for bars, and he's got double bars on most of his riflemen, and he's also gone for a vehicle. So he's gone for a fairly balanced build here. But because he's gone this build, he doesn't really have that many team weapons. So he doesn't have machine guns, he doesn't have AT guns, he doesn't have mortars or the like, which may or may not be good. I know this is Miguel's playstyle, so I'm not surprised at all. But other players might find more value, or they might find that they need some of these other tools. Another thing they can also opt into that is new is there's the global upgrades that you can get on your support centers. So all three have different kinds. So right now, if you look at mechanized, you can get different really powerful upgrades. So smoke launchers and smoke shells for your vehicles. I know a lot of COH3 players know how good that could be. You can up your Shermans. You can increase the armor of your vehicles and reduce, just increases the armor of your vehicles to make them more resistant, and give your weapons special, really powerful munitions. So the canister shot, the HVAC. These abilities can be really, really powerful. And these upgrades are different depending on what support center you go. So if you go the infantry support center, you can get access to really powerful infantry upgrades. So again, as the Americans, you have a lot of options available to you at all stages of the game, and it's really up to you in terms of like, what do you think makes the most sense for your game, for your playstyle, and for what your opponent is going into. Because we've also built more build orders and build variety into the other factions as well.
喷烟哦，喷烟应该是应该是2代那种方式，不会是1代那种。
Yeah, just a quick call out before players call it out as well. I just noticed that weathering isn't being applied to the vehicles on this map, so I think we're gonna have to talk to QA or maybe log that out as a bug. Because you can see the damage is being applied, but the weathering isn't. I think the next game we're gonna look at, you'll see the weathering, so it's a bug for now. But I also wanted to circle back to battle groups. We've talked a lot about that new system, and I think it is one of the really, really cool new additions to COH3. So I kind of wanted to hone in on it a little bit. Matt, what's sort of like I guess zooming out, what is like the design intention behind battle groups, and how do we sort of see them fitting in with like the US's main roster?
Well, I mean, so like the system itself is designed as an augmentation system and a player expression system to give you those new ways to play in that variety. That's all we've had there. It's essentially battle groups are the evolution of companies and doctrines and commanders from the previous games. So that's stayed the test of time. And then in terms of the American battle groups, they are kind of like how I mentioned about some of the armies. Like each battle groups are designed with certain intentions in mind as well. So, for example, maybe some might be early pressure, some might be more late game warfare, some might be more complementary to defensive warfare, some might be highly aggressive. And there's all these different ins and outs to each of the battle groups. But yeah, they're all kind of designed kind of like if, for example, you're in a team game, like a 3v3 or a 4v4, it's kind of neat to have maybe there's a game where you all complement each other by going to a different battle group, or however maybe you double down and all go for one battle group and, pull out different options within the battle groups or different synergies there.
So Jason, what are you making of I know we're not looking at Marco's perspective, but what are you making of his sort of decisions here and some of the units that he's favoring in this match so far to try and counter DevM?
So I don't know how much we've talked about how the German texture works, but I see he's leaning a little hard on the mechanized battle group right now. So, goodbye, Stug. He's definitely struggling a little bit here. Miguel's been able to pressure him out with some powerful infantry and a powerful vehicle at the same time. I know Marco's trying to counter that with Jaegers, which are good all-round infantry, especially at longer ranges, with their G43s, and they can be upgraded with a Panzerfaust, which is kind of his answer dealing with this really mobile threat that Miguel's been doing. But I think he's been having a little bit of trouble here.
This is a very I know. I've played this map versus Jason and a few others, and this map it's tough in the sense that this is a true return to a cutoff gameplay map for 1v1, and this is highly aggressive and highly you can really cut off players in this map. You need to stay nimble as well. So because Miguel has multiple scouts and lots of infantry, he's just really harassing the map and kind of swarming it everywhere. And it can be difficult at times. As the German player, you often need to stabilize a front and kind of push out from there.
No. All right. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah. So, Matt, you were just talking about cutoffs. So I'm curious if maybe for some of our newer players, you could maybe talk about how, or maybe that concept of cutoffs and like how it works with our resource system.
Right, so Company Heroes has always featured a territory system where we've got strategic points, fuel, and munitions that you can see on the mini-map. And what's really cool is there's this additional layer because you need to keep your territory connected to your base to obtain those resources. So in certain maps, specifically a lot of 1v1s as well, we introduced this notion of cut-off gameplay where you're cutting off the supply of your enemies. So not only are you attempting to win the fight and just the battle units, it's all about map control, and sometimes instead of just pushing forward, you can make an insertion to cut off or disrupt a supply line. So it gives you that extra layer of tactical depth for our franchise. It's really like our economy and our territory system is a big part of what makes our game.
I'm curious if Marco's going to be able to get this shirt. He does with his Panther, yeah.
Yes, that was Panther kind of came in fast and just nuked that Sherman.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, great play from Marco. So where are we at in the flow right now, Jason? What do you think some of the next decision points are going to be for both Miguel and Marco here?
Yeah, so now that Miguel sees the Panther, there's a few options you can go here. You can go anti-tank guns. I don't even know if he's gotten the snares, or sticky bombs on his rifleman just yet. So that's oh no, he's
he's got it.
So that's another option he can get. He's armored, right? So he can start bringing out easy 8s, or he can start building Hellcats. There's quite a few options for him to counter this. Again, I think he's built quite the lead against Marco here in terms of just overall army size. He's wiped quite a few units, and he's been bleeding his opponent quite hard. Poor Panthers is going to get sticky.
Yeah, we don't see any more mainline infantry on the field for Marco. Now, one of the things that you can do as the Wehrmacht as well is there's actually a promotion system where you can actually take your Grenadier mainline infantry. Oh, look at this double smoke. That was kind of majestic. But you can take your mainline infantry and then you can upscale them or change their class or their role, which is kind of interesting. I'm wondering if Marco might have done that to get to field those Jaegers potentially. Oh no.
Greyhound using that Panther, that's probably got to hurt here.
Greyhound Miguel aggressiveness.
I see he also
pedal on the gas.
Yeah, he also has a sniper on the field here, just maybe for a little bit of reconnaissance, but not.
Snipers are also back. That's another big piece. So that's another big playstyle for those Co1 and Co2 players.
There's the easy 8.
I know American sniper is pretty heretical to the Co2 crowd, but it's old classic for the Co1 guys. But yeah,
I think Miguel's gonna
Miguel's in the base now.
He's throwing away his Colin. He knows he's won this. Matt, this is the spiciest question I'll probably ask you today, specifically about Collins, because I know the community is kind of split on this. Some players love them, some players really don't. I think the main argument against them is that they kind of allow you to get a really
You
powerful
bought some
unit
ego.
by skipping tech or not
You bought some
necessarily
ego.
sinking in the resources that you need to. So I'm kind of curious what like the design philosophy around Collins is, or what our design philosophy
bought some
is
ego.
or are around Collins. As Marco GG's out of this and DevM throws away his easy
Well,
eight,
the next clip.
but yeah, let's maybe
Sure.
talk about the philosophy around Collins while I queue up the next game here.
Okay, well, I'll attempt. This is always a difficult question to answer, and actually, Jason does a really good job answering this. I will pass the baton. However, I'll take a crack at the high level. So, when it comes to unit call-ins for Company Heroes as a whole, they are a crucial part of our series in the sense of specifically tailored to that company or that doctrine system. They play a major
还
role
有下一
in
把，
in
我是
what
希望它可以
makes
展示那什么 special
that
operation， 因
really
为
interesting. Like if you were to
如果是
strip that
special
out,
operation 是测试
you
的时候
know,
没
at
有，
that
我比
point
较
you'd
想要
be
看
kind
那
of
个。
cannibalizing and diluting the content there in the sense that you'd be relying heavily on passive capabilities and artillery strikes. So, you know, we've just kind of, as we've done 2 games now in the series, and we
有点伪
know
装哦，
that
应该没有。
Collins, that calling in specialized units or unit combinations or elements through the battle groups feels very rewarding, very satisfying, and it's just a lot of fun to just have this unique toy to field, whether you're a casual player or a competitive player or hybrid or whatever. But we absolutely acknowledge that at the same time, it can be difficult to balance this ecosystem out between the main primary tech tree and then, of course, the specialized call-ins that you get. Of course, sometimes we'll have to adjust CP level, or maybe we'll, for example, actually, if you just looked at the tail end of that game, there was an Easy 8 call-in. Now, that is a really good quality tank. So if you can, for example, skip tech and just continue to pump that out all the time, we know that that's not going to result in the kind of gameplay that we're looking for. We really want combined arms and well-rounded gameplay. So, you know, in order to kind of tailor that experience with the AZ8 to make it not so accessible every single time, we've kind of turned it into a mini little combat group that has riflemen that come on top, which, you know, creates bolsters, makes the call-in a little more unique, and also means it's less accessible in the sense that you can't just continue to pump it out. But yeah, I think I'm running out of steam on this one. Jason, what do you think about this particular topic?
Good old Collins. You know, I come from the COH3 community, so I'm aware of a little bit of the PTSD that is Collins. One of the things is we do want to have like really engaging moments for players with their
现在讲呼叫单位。
sudden bouts of power. We're still working in terms of like figuring out the balance in terms of getting that so that, you know, it's an appropriate balance of immediate power versus later power as well. And also, you know, a cool moment for you shouldn't be, you know, the worst moment ever or undermine your opponent's, you know, thing. So, for example, we've done, if you look at the American battle groups, we've done some work to kind of mitigate it. It's still a work in progress. So there's a lot of work to continue here.
Mhm.
We are working with a lot of community
special
members
operation.
and people with experience on this to try and get this into the better state. And one thing I will mention is that through the COH3 experience, we do know there is a place for these to exist in a healthy way for both the general player and, you know, as you get more competitive as well. There is a healthy balance that we can strike. So that is what we're aiming to do right now.
Okay, awesome. Well, glad that question has been answered. I'm sure some folks will still have strong opinions about it. But let's hop into our next match here. So Matt, this is a match that you played as the U.S. forces on
Special operation
Campbell's Convoy, the map Campbell's Convoy against Marco again. I
Samo
feel bad we're picking on Marco a lot this time around. But maybe since you played this match, maybe you can kind of talk us through some of your decisions and what you're focusing on here.
Well, it's actually really cool just seeing Miguel's game versus Marco, because I actually played very differently. So you're going to see different units and a different way to play, which is going to be fantastic to see. However, please don't judge me on my Jeep play, because you're going to see that Miguel was a pro player who got vet 3 with his Jeep. And well, my Jeep, well, maybe it lasts 30 seconds, maybe it lasts a minute, but you're going to find out pretty soon. But yeah, you're going to see different you're going to just see different ways to play. I selected different battle group. I didn't tap into battle groups too early into this match. However, I did select a different battle group. I selected different units. This is a different map. But yeah, just comparing, if you compare, for example, the game that we just watched, which I think, as Jason mentioned, Miguel had a very kind of well-rounded, well-balanced, classic kind of way of playing. And I tend to go for crazier stuff, hence why I'm taking the Jeep. And initially I'm going, well, I have a feeling that he probably might have made a Kettenkrad, because that is the German capturing equivalent. Yeah, so I'm going a little too aggressive right into Grenadiers here, but I was going to try to harass the Kettenkrad there out of the gate with my Jeep. As both as we mentioned earlier, both armies, well, all armies as a whole now kind of have a dedicated reconnaissance or capture unit. We have the American Scouts, and the Germans have the Kettenkrad that you're seeing right now, which in 1v1 games, you know, getting that early map control is very important. And let's all just look away for probably the next 20 seconds. And
no, we're gonna keep the camera focused, Matt.
No,
we need to see the action.
Oh, goodbye.
Sorry. Short-lived.
Very short-lived.
A couple quick questions from Twitch chat that I want to put in front of you. In COH3, Jason, the USF were kind of considered like a micro-heavy faction. Like there was that micro tax that the player had to learn to play them well. Is that going to be the same with the U.S. forces, or has our sort of new take on them alleviated that at all?
Now that's an interesting question. I would say, Now in terms of, this is a difficult question because there's a few layers to this, right? Like, with the way we've made Americans, because you have more options, it's not like you have the one premier build. So it's a little bit harder to say what's the overall micro budget. We have spent time and effort to make sure that the game isn't about super fast micro. So if the question is more like, hey, do I have to have high speed to play the Americans well or in a competent way? The answer is no.
Right.
他们现在说他们尽量减少手速的要求。
And also there are ways to either reduce that or
尤其是美军，他这样讲。
Yeah, no, I would say the answer is overall this time, while the floor is, while the skill ceiling is still extremely high, it's not as dependent on APM as it might have been in the past.
Right. So before we kind of get back to this match, I'll ask another big question here that some people were asking about. Jason, you're handling a lot of the nitty gritty when it comes to balance with multiplayer. I'm curious, like what unique challenges do the U.S. forces pose when sort of balancing them for that competitive environment?
Oh boy, where do I start? There are, well, okay, so one of the first things is because we are building more build orders and build diversity, that literally just means there's more work for me to do because there's much more that I need to make sure plays well versus each other, so like they're fairly equal in power, but also that they interact with the opponents correctly, right? So it's like, it's a combinatorial problem where literally every extra build I get and every extra build my opponent gets, there's just more to handle. So yeah, that's been a challenge, but we've been making progress through it. And the other thing is like balancing the fact that we do want the Americans to feel a little bit more aggressive than the other factions, particularly out of the gate. And there's a gentle balance to strike in terms of giving the Americans the advantage, while also ensuring that the game is still fair and that the German player with proper skill can definitely still win early. So hitting that balance has been a particular challenge, but it's been a really rewarding challenge because, you know, that's one of the more cooler parts.
Right.
Playing the Americans.
So Matt, let's maybe talk about some of the decisions that you've been making here. So you know, you got 3 riflemen on the ground. Okay. You built another Jeep. But it also looks like you teched into the infantry support center.
Yeah, so we're about to watch Jeep number 2 bite the dust.
Oh, spoilers!
Yeah.
Oh, Panzerfaust.
But I don't even get the kitten crab. So it's again, play.
no.
I've lost. But anyways, okay. So other
Oh,
than
有没有抓到
my
狙击手？有没有抓到狙击手？
and rebuilding the Jeep and
Oh,
losing
man.
that, yes, you can see that I'm just going with classic rifleman to get that baseline going. I've also gone into the infantry support center for two primary reasons. One, because I'm not having the best game, and I feel that having an additional unit in the captain is going to be helpful. I'm going to need that for my capping power. And then also because I want to tailor my riflemen and increase their capabilities over time throughout some of the upgrades as well. So pretty much actually that one, munition surplus, is one of the upgrades that I choose throughout the course of this match, which makes my grenades and stickies cheaper. But there's also different upgrades that bolster your different capabilities for your whole rifleman. I'm essentially I'm moving towards a heavy infantry army.
Right.
But however, he's just come out, like Marco has countered that with the German scout car, which is definitely a really good counter. So at this point in time, my options would be, of course, I can get my own light vehicle or I can get stickies. But I think I elect to actually go for a brand new unit in our series, which is the dedicated bazooka team. I go for the half track. But you'll see bazooka later. But as I was stating earlier in DevM's game, is that the Greyhound, of course, is maybe your mainstay typical light vehicle. However, the half track for the American Army this time around has a lot of different flavor. There it comes in the medical form, 75mm form, which is kind of like the Su-76 from COH3. So there's a good versatility there.
Right.
It can counter that scout car plus also barrage it. And there's also the quad.
So Matt, I also noticed you haven't locked in a battle group yet. And it's getting pretty late in this, game, so I'm curious why you made that decision to hold off, because there are a lot of really awesome like zero command point abilities and units that you can take right off the hop. So why did you opt to not lock one in here?
I typically, one of the cool things about the battle group and company and doctrine system from all our games is that you can select it early and you can select it late, and sometimes that's good to go early to set the intention for your playstyle, and sometimes it's actually nice to counter what the opponent's going to do. But at this point in time, I was just highly focused on my base roster, and I'm just doing that. And there's not a particular I don't feel like I'm looking for a particular tool at this point in time. So it's more just a case of just focusing on what I have at this time. But I think within the next few minutes, if I'm not mistaken, I then do tap into a battle group.
Right.
And then I start making use of it. But that was good use of smoke. So for example, Marco's made use of the mechanized battle group, which he just made use of smoke there. But I still managed to get the scout car.
And I noticed you also upgraded the half track to the quad mount.
Yes. So that's essentially going to be the piece that gets me back into this game, because I kind of had a rough early game and I had to play defensive and kind of try not to take too many bad fights. But now that I've got the quad on and I've managed to kill the scout car, I've got a small offensive window.
You've got quite a lot off of it. Do you want this?
The people in the chat were saying that this quad has lasted longer than both your japes.
Yes. I do a little I do a little bit better than with the quad.
Oh, Jesus!
And I get the sniper.
Good pick on the sniper. Wow. Sorry, Marco.
Not Marco's minus moment there. Yeah. Sorry. One quick thing I wanted to bring up because I saw it in the comments. The upgrades in the support centers are being worked on right now, so I know some people are like, wow, 20 health rifle. That's already been changed, so I know there's those who want to break down every little thing they see. Do look at the ISC and just the support center upgrades with a little bit of grain of salt. They're being worked on actively right now.
Yeah,
right.
And they will continue to evolve as well. That will be something that we're going to have to work alongside our players to get right. We don't expect every single upgrade with these factions being larger than ever before, we don't expect to nail everything out of the gate. So this will be a continued journey alongside both our private G2G and our public players to really refine these elements and see what sticks.
Yeah, and like in terms of like the old question in terms of like challenges, another big challenge is balancing the fact that Americans do get these global upgrades while the Germans do not. which is it's an interesting challenge because we want to make sure the global upgrades are valuable and meaningful. At the same time, because the Germans don't have the same axes of advancement, you have to ensure that there's fair play and fair scaling for both factions.
Yeah, I did see a question earlier about there were some concerns about garrison units being too strong, and I think that was obviously a concern in Code 2. So how are we trying to address that this time around? And like, does the player have more options to try and dislodge enemy infantry that have taken up residence in a building?
Yeah. So we have the new feature. We have Breach, which allows some of the more CQC units and riflemen in particular to walk up to a garrison and ensure you can kick them out. So you don't have the scenario where it's like, oh, they're dodging my grenade and I can't kick them out of this garrison without a flamethrower. I know a lot of Code 2 fans will be happy to hear that. That'll be gone. And we've also ensured that most factions have access to good anti-garrison tools. So, again, Code 2 PTSD a little bit. Some factions were lacking some very important tools with dealing with garrisons. We've endeavored to reduce that as much as possible. There is a little bit of asymmetry in terms of what faction gets what.
驻防在2代的时候，像躲那个手榴弹之类的是蛮
Yeah, and we just saw Matt's mortar there get that MG team with like one shell, which I think speaks to the game's rock paper scissors and very very efficient.
我觉得它的改动是对的，是好的，就是让不要驻军太强。因为很多时候你一队驻军就可以挡2队。虽然你做不到进攻，但是你可以做到防守。1挡2。
One of my specific favorite things about this faction, and I dial into this a little bit for multiple units. So, for example, for the riflemen, you have a fire superiority or a sprint. I elected to choose sprint. There's a few times which I make use of the sprint. And actually, just a few minutes ago in the battle, I had the captain who has an off-map mortar barrage that allows me to displace units, and I tapped into that. But it's it's another layer. So if you add all these layers, all that choice, all that flexibility between support centers, battle groups, veterancy options, this army has got so many choices. Probably, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it has more choices than any army we've ever been. Which, again, could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. We always want to be conscious of cognitive load, and we don't want to, analysis paralysis or burden the player too much. But this does, this is kind of like our measuring point or our measuring stick to like how broad, how many things can we put in a faction without going overboard.
And in terms of the veterancy choices, some of them can really change the performance of your unit. So back to the first game that we played, Miguel opened up with the Jeep and immediately got Vet 1. But the Vet 1 choice for the Jeep allows you to either be a weapons platform or allows you to capture points, which really allows the Jeep, rather than just be a harasser, to be a really powerful early game.
所以他现在三代给他一个
Matt didn't opt for that this
手榴弹
but
攻坚的
that was a potential option available to him, especially since he went 2 Jeeps. But such as hindsight.
Yeah, so you can, as I stated with the riflemen, I've tapped into the sprint ability with a few of them, and part of the reason why I did that is you can see that Marco's gone into both Grenadiers and Jaegers, which specialize in long-range combat. So with that sprint ability, it allows me to close the gap or take bigger risks on flanking and maneuvers and positioning. And it is a little late, but I have gone into, typically I wouldn't wait this long. I actually like to usually select it really early. But so I've gone airborne to complement my infantry-centric army, and I'm dropping in an HMG.
我想看 special operation， 他们就是不给我看 special operation。
Marco's going also pretty heavy into infantry, so I wanted to get a suppression platform to help
空降机枪
contain that infantry threat.
One notable is because Matt has only built. No, you have built a weapons person. Never mind.
So you can see I was just going to mention. So if you look at like the game that Miguel played versus mine. So for example, we've got a captain, we've got a mortar, we've got an HMG, we've got the half track. All those units weren't in that first game, so you can really see how it's a different game.
Yeah, I really love the just the little details of like the airborne squad looks significantly different than like the normal MG squad. I think the art team has done just a killer job on a lot of the units. I did see a question about engineers and like builder units, and it looks like we've removed that from COH3, or maybe changed it is a better word, because we now have auto builders, right? So Jason, maybe you can talk about that decision and like how that actually works.
So in terms of how it works, so your HQ building is now able to construct your base buildings. So you, like for example, in the game with Miguel, he actually just didn't have an engineering unit until I think like 10 minutes in. So you are now able to build your production and your not defensive, but your upgrade building and your healing building via the HQ. And you can actually double tap the hotkey to quickly place it wherever in a open area in your base.
I do that a lot. It's a nice quality of life improvement, especially when I'm fighting against some of these balanced guys. That boy, they're pretty tough. So I don't have to actually go back to my base and position things. I can just double click the icon, and it will automatically make that base building for me. But all this is to really encourage. You know, we have these different player loops for our game, and we want to encourage. Our game is about. Oh, I'm using the carpet bombing here. Yeah, he had an HMG and a few squads there. I was just attempting to displace it, but the auto build as well as the double click functionality. It's all about so that you'll see. You know, I'm always, at least if we were looking through my perspective, I'm trying to keep my camera fixated on the battles. We're all about being in the action. We want that attention on the field of battle and within the territory, and less so in the base. So this is where we kind of thought auto builders plus other little tweaks. You know, it's where is the time spent in the field versus in the base.
And we've obviously added a lot more decisions for players to do in terms of their tech. So not only are battle groups significantly more involved than COH1 or COH2, but also between the global upgrades, the support center choice that you can make, and also kind of the expanded, because we've made it more viable to go with the different tiers and whatnot. There's just overall a lot more cognitive load on the player. So this was one of the areas where we cut down a little bit to make it easier, so that, you know, focusing on the new stuff is more important.
Right. And speaking of whoa, that's Panther,
Oh,
out of the fog of war. I saw another question about intended match length. So obviously we're looking at 1v1, so these can sometimes be a little bit shorter and more decisive. And whereas, you know, some of those big 3v3 and 4v4 games can go quite long if it's a pretty even matchup. Is there any sort of design intent or any sort of like philosophy around like how long a match should last? Maybe, Matt, I'll throw that one to you.
Another difficult question. Yeah, I mean, both of the previous games have, you know, a fairly decent, like the formula hasn't changed too much in terms of what we consider to be early game, mid game, and late game, and generally how the average time spent for matches. However, this is something where gaming as a whole is shifting. We want to introduce, and we're going to be working with our telemetry team and the live ops team post-launch to determine like what players want to see this time around. What will service the best for the game and the player experience overall? Is it to retain the victory point system how it's always been and have that exact same rate? Perhaps. Is it maybe to shorten the games, maybe put stronger emphasis on victory points? Is it to maybe go the route of maybe having a few different auto match modes so that you can go for a quicker experience versus a more of a late game experience? But I think this is something we're going to have to kind of almost reset for our franchise, start with a clean slate and figure out what feels best for this game and for our players.
他好像没有，有在那里。
I mean, personally,
这里
I've always
我的滑鼠
enjoyed
看到吗？这里
our time
这是什么？
for our match time, but at the same time, I also acknowledge that compared to a lot of other games, you can get into some pretty sweaty games that go the distance.
Yeah.
So
it's been a little bit hard to tell as well, because, you know, we have a smaller internal test team, and you know, when you're playing with Devem, sometimes games can be a little bit shorter, even though the game might not normally be. Or at the same time, you know, if you have really even games, you know, the game can go the distance. But one of the quick answers or important things to mention is that we haven't changed how the VP mechanics work. So, you know, if someone in the community was to build Langriskaya, you could still have your hour or 2 hour long games. So you can definitely still have games that go the distance. But we've also made a lot of changes in terms of how snares work, how kind of fuel and cutoffs work, like Matt mentioned earlier, that can really speed up games if certain things happen. So I know for a fact that I think everyone on the team has probably lost Miguel within the first 8 minutes at some point. Which is really hard to do in Code 2, though he probably has done that to people in Code 2 as well. But
yeah,
there is variance.
Yeah, to be frank, Jason, I think the first time I played you base pinned me in like 8 minutes, so didn't feel great. we have a lot of good players on the team.
So yeah. This is definitely something we're continue to look at. But in terms of the actual game pacing itself, we haven't changed it much from the prior game. So it shouldn't be much faster or shouldn't be much slower than before. But certain things like maybe the meta or your skill matchups or whatever could increase either more early game ends with the cutoff system, or the games might go more long term.
对啊，你看他们有撵人呢，他现在还是没有撵人。
Counter and defend themselves. So it's kind of an unknown quantity. So we're going to work with the community and try and figure it out.
Yeah. So Matt, can you talk to me a little bit about this point in the game? Because it seems like you had a lot of territory control. You had some sneaky scouts kind of getting those munition points right by Marco's base. He's forced you back a little bit. He was able to get out of Panther really quickly. What are you kind of thinking at this moment in time? And like, what do you have to say about the sort of state of the game right now?
Well, there was a moment where, you know, of course, in the early game, I was definitely losing the battle, but I was able to claw my way back through the scout car, pick up wins in the scout car and the sniper, and then just kind of outpace Marco in terms of my infantry gameplay. And I was really trying to cut off his fuel a lot as well to make sure that he wouldn't get it. Oh, this is okay. We're about to see an artillery strike that I think is rather devastating on me. Oh boy. Woo! Yep, there goes 2 riflemen. So that was made by Miguel. It's beautiful to look at, but I did not react in time, and 2 riflemen right there. So Marco is definitely getting back.
这个有一点点1代的感觉哦。
The Panther didn't scare me at first because I didn't really have too many vehicle threats for the Panther, and we really made the Panther a dedicated tank hunter, so it really only had the half track. Now, when I got the tank depot up, in most cases, the clear-cut counter to a Panther would be a Hellcat, as it's the tank destroyer and can fire at longer range. However, I wanted to go a little bit of a different route because I wanted to keep the pressure on Marco's infantry. So I selected to actually go for the Sherman, complement it with bazooka team actually to make a play at the Panther. I've also, I've tapped into the airborne battle group a little bit. I haven't used it as much as I should have probably though throughout the match, but I have done the HMG drop and a carpet bomb. But I believe I'm going to tap into getting some more reconnaissance runs throughout the game to better know what's coming at me, because we're now starting to get at a place where now the match is a lot more even set.
Yeah.
That Panther, Marco's starting to pick up the pace again and come back and counter. I am getting a Hellcat, however, on the field. So we're really, both of us are still, we're kind of probing each other's lines. He knows for example, I had to backpedal and I put some mines on the field, so at least I know that I could snag his Panther if it ever kind of hit some mines. But we're both coming back, resetting our unit composition, and then for the next big engagement, essentially.
Yeah, I did want to call out that the weathering is actually working on the vehicles on this map, so you can see that they're a lot more dusty. They pick up all the dirt and grime from the map that they're on. You can see that they're all messed up from all the combat damage and everything else. Whereas the Sherman is just starting to get a little bit of dust and wear and tear as it's in combat. Matt, I see you you equipped one of the pre-order cosmetics on your Hellcats here.
Oops.
No, that's fine. That's exciting. This is the first time we get to show them off to fans. But yeah, so folks at pre-order, they can get a sneak peek at what some of those Devil's Brigade cosmetics will look like in the match. So you got your Hellcat out.
That's a good looking Hellcat.
Yeah. So you got your Hellcat out. You're using the reconnaissance runs. What's sort of the next play here for you?
Again, it's about stabilizing my army, and then just getting back. Like, if you look at the game, it's very, like, look at the VP count, you look at the map control, it's a rather even game. I think I might have some more infantry on the field, but outside of that, we're pretty even at this point, but I'm just trying to kind of slowly creep up, stabilize. That's me using the captains off the mortar barrage.
Yep, gotcha.
Well, one of the other cool things, I don't know if this has been showcased, but if you look at the middle of the map, the garrison there has been flattened.
Right.
Now, this is something KOTOR did not have. And it's one of the cool features of this map because it really does open up the middle of the map once that garrison dies.
你刚刚看到吗？
Gets demolished.
他那个房子垮
And it
掉之
also
后，他人
provides
是可以直
cover,
接
so
走
it's
过
a
去
nice
的。
little playground for infantry to
他人
take
直接走过
control of
去
the
了。
middle. So yeah,
二
you
代
lose
的
the
话，房子
garrison,
垮
but you
掉，
actually get
他还是
permanent
卡在那里
wind cover for
你
a
过
while.
不，你没办法
That's
直接
a
走过去。
very good notable, Jason, because I actually forgot that we missed.
然后我刚刚
we didn't
惊讶的
showcase
是
the
指
carpet
那个
bombing
炮
run
击的
that took
效
that out,
果，
but I did that
有一代的
intentionally.
感觉
Like, I did that with the
比
intention
二代
because
好。
Marco was often going in that building with either an HMG or a squad to obtain vision. I actually wanted to remove that building from the landscape in this map, so I purposely carpet bombed that building. Even if he got out in time, I just wanted to flatten it to then have a little bit more freedom of visibility and movement within that space in the map.
So I did see. It looks like Marco's getting out of Panther and a P4 here to apply more pressure to you. I did see a question about the decision around the resource system. And Jason or Matt, feel free to jump in on this one. But what made us move away from the COH3 resource system to something a little bit more similar to COH1?
Boy.
You want to start that?
I'll take a crack at it. Yeah, I mean, I think the consensus from the internal design team alongside working with our players that even though both systems are well-rounded and are great, we kind of felt that the COH1 territory system was the superior system ultimately. And that led to kind of the gameplay intention, especially in terms of, for example, map design. Map design is very important to this series, and then allowing players to be like, okay, here's where the munitions are, and here's where the fuel is. It's really kind of adds this different way in which you play the maps, as opposed to having something. See, the good things about COH2 is that we have strat points that provide both fuel and munitions, so it's a little more forgiving overall. But at the same time, you lose a little bit of that flavor and that nuance. But Jason, what do you think? What's your perspective on the matter?
One of the big thing. While the COH2 system was really nice in terms of it made things more consistent, and it also allowed us a little bit of control in terms of like how much you could deny it. That was in some ways also the faults of the system. So COH1 players would lament the fact that they couldn't choose what part of the opponent's economy to attack or deny, or on the flip side, what resources they wanted to prioritize and what not. And that agency gave them gave the map a lot more importance in terms of how you played it and where you would play it. And one of the things we've leaned on into a little and Panzer doesn't get it. All right, but some builds. And like we said, diversity is a big part, but some builds require different emphasis on different resources. Now, fuel and munitions are always good to have, but some builds require a little bit more fuel, and some builds require a little bit more munitions. So that also augments with the system, because then, if you have the knowledge of what you want to do, then you know kind of where on the map you want to play. And, at a more advanced level, if you know what your opponent is trying to do, you can also disrupt their plans and even cause them to change their plans by attacking certain resources. So, yeah.
Very well said. I think overall the system just allows for a little bit more depth in that experience and that tactical gameplay layer.
So Matt, looks like your match is shaping up pretty well here. You've got Marco on the back foot. Jason, let's say you're Marco in this position, right? You're playing the Wehrmacht. You made those sort of tech decisions that he has. What would be your next play to try and come back into this match?
I mean, at this point, I would identify the fact that he only has a single bazooka team and a bunch of tanks. So I would just go for one big dive to try and reverse the tables here. I don't remember. Did Marco lose his Panther?
He lost.
Yeah,
it was the Panther. I think this is the wreck.
Oh, no, there it is.
Yeah.
There's the burnt out wreck. Okay, never mind. I don't know about that. This is a little bit of a tough spot.
那是炮管的关系吧。
Yeah, I feel like this match is going to be wrapped up here pretty quickly. So maybe just some final thoughts on the matches that we've watched today and the U.S. faction overall. Matt, like what are you most excited for players to go hands on with, or most excited for them to experience or experiment with when they play the U.S. forces?
Well, it's the same thing for all our factions. Just the fact that we're just excited to get 4 new factions in the players' hands, and to have different new ways to play, new units, new battle groups, new veterancy systems, new complementary things that add to the utility of the experience. Just all that combined, it's really just we're just excited to deliver new, new content and new ways to play for our game. But yeah.
What about you, Jason? What are you sort of looking forward to in terms of players getting their hands on or experimenting with?
As someone working on the balance, I am very excited to see how the community breaks said balance.
Right.
We've built a lot of different ways to play, so I'm really curious how the community takes the toolkit we've made and kind of assemble their own strats. What's going to be the flavor of the month? What's going to be the next spam thing, right? But also, I want to see players how they react to all of the different in-game choices and adaptations that we made. See what kind of becomes popular, what doesn't. Because again, we've built a lot, and there's a lot of different paths for players to go through. There's only so much of us and so much playtesting. So within the first week, the community will play thousands of hours.
Yeah.
And they'll probably dig into some of the weirder parts of the game and see come up with some spicy strats. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I just noticed that turret fog of war bug is there again, so we're gonna have to talk to QA about that. Yeah, so this match is gonna wrap up here right away. What you were just saying, Jason, that kind of led me to another question, which is, how often are we planning on rolling out balance patches? Maybe this is more of a Matt question, but obviously we want to see how players are playing. We want to look at data. We want to look at their feedback. On the forums and what they're saying in videos and whatever else. But how often do we plan on addressing that and rolling out patches to keep the game fresh and exciting?
I think our plans right now are still a little bit fluid. We've definitely saw a lot of benefit in terms of how COH3 did things, but it's not quite sure. Does that make the most sense right now, or is there something better we could do, or can we take that process and make it better? There's still a few question marks in terms of exactly what that tempo is. So I'm not going to commit to anything just yet.
Yeah, and we obviously don't want to commit us to anything, but I guess the answer I'm looking for is regularly, right? We're at least hoping to regularly update balance throughout the game's life cycle, right?
Absolutely.
So there you have it, folks. A quick look at the U.S. forces on a couple of different maps with our lead gameplay designer.
还是没有给我看 special operation， 我就是想看那个。
Apologies if we didn't get a chance to get to your questions. I know there were a ton in the chat, and we had so much to cover today. But I think that's it. That's gonna be it for this quick look at the U.S. forces. We plan on doing this with each faction, so we'll definitely wrangle some of the gameplay folks again, so that we can look at everyone in depth before launch. So again, before you go, don't forget to follow us for all your Company of Heroes news, at Company of Heroes on your platform of choice, companyofheroes.com, or right here on Twitch. And yeah, again, we're going to be doing these fairly regularly. So expect a look at the Wehrmacht next. So that should be fun because they play a little bit differently, and their teching is quite a little bit different. So final thoughts, Matt, before we head out.
No final thoughts. It was great to see two games as this army where they both are played differently.
还是没有
yeah, I guess we took it to the
给我
Wehrmacht
看
in these two games. So
special
we'll have to see
operation.
when we do this with the Wehrmacht if they'll get the upper hand in round 2.
Right. What about you, Jason? Any parting words?
Yeah, look forward to seeing you everyone next time. Thanks for coming.
Awesome. Well, thanks everyone, and we really appreciate you being here with us. And we'll catch you for the next one. So take care, and we'll see you then.
Keep pushing! Enemy target destroyed! Don't let him advance, lads! Close the gap! Right there! Artillery incoming! Push through! Engage on sight! And now they're the advantage!
我觉得这个一点都不 deep dive 。他刚刚所演示的所有东西，你只要有玩那个测试，跟测试一模一样。他没有展示任何测试没有的东西，全部都是测试的时候就有的东西。就反正都结束了，就跟我刚刚讲的一样，他说是 deep dive， 你通常会想到 deep dive 是会想到说他应该会讲一些更深入的东西，但是没有。基本上如果你有玩那个多人测试的时候，那跟多人测试的时候，多人测试是什么时候？多人测试是什么时候？将近1年前。去年的12月哦，快1年了，东西一模一样，一模一样，至少我看到的东西一模一样，没有让我看到什么新的东西。我刚刚一直在讲，我想看 special operation， 他也没有。啊，那个空降跟装甲，我那个时候都已经玩到烂掉了。没有，他们做游戏是不同的团队在做的，都是水雷底下，但是不同的团队在做。他们比较就是一个比较特别的，就是那个资源中心嘛 ，support center。可是那个也是 测试的时候就有了啊，多人测试的时候那时候就有了。当然了，如果你没有玩多人测试的话，它这个实况对没有玩多人测试的人来说是还不错的一个也展示的一个影片，是还不错。但是对我跟基本上有去碰多人测试的时候，那个时候这是没有新东西的，完全没有，一点都没有。对，这个我没有办法，他这一次的展示我没办法说什么，就是我没有新东西啊，我觉得唯一的新东西就是第2章那个沙漠地图。那有些新东西跟美军没有关系，就是就算它不是出现在美军这个影片，也是新东西。像我刚刚提到嘛，那个建筑物倒塌之后，在2代还是一样，你是没有办法，人是没办法走过去的。它就是固定的一个障碍物在那里。但是刚刚看到那个影片里面有展示，有看到房子倒塌了之后，他的步兵可以穿越倒塌的房子，是可以直接走过去的，而且是看起来应该是有视野的，就是你可以看过去，看得到、打得到那一种感觉。不然你看2代那个建筑物倒塌了，还是一样的障碍物啊，还是打不到啊，很好笑啊。就房子都塌了，敌人就在你面前，但是你看不到他的感觉，就是那样，很奇怪。看他们有没有开放，马上把档案打开让大家看。我先看一下。有。
Interesting and powerful global upgrades that you can stack.
刚好，他这边，有看到吗？这就是我说的 support center， 这边是它有分 infantry support， 这应该是 armor support 吧，还是什么的，不知道。那这个最后一个是那什么 air support 吧，应该是这3个。
If you go mechanized, you get
mechanized 是机械化，所以是 mechanized， 不是 armor，mechanized。
Instant base repairs, so you basically get an engineer unit to repair the base, and a lot of powerful armored upgrades. And if you go to the air support center, you get access to powerful air off maps. So basically, in the mid game, you get to choose which direction you kind of want to go, and these all have really large impacts on how.
这些都不是新东西。
And he's also.
I tend to go for creative. Yeah, that was good use of smoke. So, for example, Marco's made use of.
对，这一栋建筑物。
Mechanized.
Worked on right now. Sure, we have breach.
Choice, all that flexibility between. I'm always at least. Just want to see this time.
房子还没塌。
Might go more long term because players have more options.
I haven't used it as much as I should have probably though throughout the match, but I have done.
你看这个科技树也是跟测试的时候一模一样，所以就我的感觉就是，你到底要展示什么新东西给我看？我是完全没有看到新东西。
The HMG drop and a carpet bomb.
Them off to fans, but yeah. So folks at Brewer, they can get a sneak peek at what some of those Devil's Brigade cosmetics will look like in the match. So you got your Hellcat out.
That's a good looking Hellcat.
Yeah. So you got your Hellcat out. You're using the reconnaissance runs. What's sort of the next play here for you?
Again, it's about stabilizing my army, and then just getting back. Like, if you look at the game, it's very, like, look at the VP count, you look at the map control, It's a rather even game. I think I might have some more infantry on the field, but outside of that, we're pretty even at this point. But I'm just trying to kind of slowly creep up and stabilize. Oh, I think, oh, that's me using the captains off the mortar barrage.
Yep, gotcha.
Well, oh, one of the other cool things. I don't know if this has been showcased, but if you look at the middle of the map, the garrison there has
哦，这里有没有看到？他可以直接走过去，就这里。
been flattened.
Right.
Now, this is something COH3 did not have. And
他直接这样走过去了。二代是不行的，二代垮了就还是一个障物在那里。可是你看他房子垮，他直接走过去了。
cool things. I don't know if this has been showcased, but if you look at the middle of the map, the garrison there has been flattened.
Right.
Now, this is something COH3 did not have. And it's one of the cool features of this map because it really does open up the middle of the map once that garrison dies or gets demolished. And it also provides cover, so it's a nice little playground for infantry to kind of take control of the middle. So yeah, you lose the garrison, but you actually get permanent green cover for a while.
That's a very good notable, Jason, because I actually forgot that we didn't showcase the carpet bombing run that took that out, but I did that intentionally. Like I did that with the intention because
好了，好了，可以当掩体没有错，没有错，他待在里面是有掩体。这个东西就是这一次展示影片让我感觉到的新东西，其他都是旧的，有跟没有是根本就是我不知道该说什么，有个烂，这什么感觉都没有。为什么？现在有人我在 DC 说可以来我的频道一起观看水莲这个啊，这个人以为是在我的 DC 一起看，不是是不是？我不想要，但是我讲我的频道的时候，当然是指我的 Twitch 频道，到底是太可爱了吧？
Marco is often going in that building with either an HMG or a squad to obtain vision. I actually wanted to remove that building from the landscape in this map, so I purposely carpet bombed that building. Even if he got out in time, I just wanted to flatten it to then have a little bit more.
好啦，我是真的觉得没什么，这个，我是觉得没什么东西啦，真的没什么。应该说，我不能说不是说什么美军没什么，是指他这一次展示的这一次的实况没有什么东西，真的没有。我还很期待他刚刚提到 special operation 的时候，我想说，因为我有听到他有讲，美国有不同的很多，他们故意设计的很多不同种类的步兵给美国使用，里面就有提到一个什么 SA 什么东西的步兵，那个应该是在 special operation 里面看不到，真的是。啊，你们 showcase 可以 showcase 之前没有的东西吗？这算哪门的 showcase？ 不是我没有听完整，他是讲 SA 还是什么东西？我有点我没有听得很清楚，就一下就过去了。但是就这样了，真的很烂。不能说他烂，是就是没有惊喜 ，no surprise， 没有惊喜。好吧，现在几点了？23点了，休息啦，各位。 唉，不能说欠佳啦，整体来说是不错啊。以游戏来讲，我是指新东西啊，新东西方面来讲，哇，他这一次展示并没有展示任何新东西，因为你看这种东西，你就想要看新东西，看到底有什么新东西。啊，他就没有什么新东西。但是之后如果他讲说下一个是国防军，国防军上次之前多人测试也有，就不知道他会不会又展示一些一样的东西。那再来就是之后他说4个阵营都会做一次，所以之后的英军跟北非德军就绝对都是新东西。那到时候英军跟北非德军就可以看到底有什么东西。他最好给我演示黑王子，我想看他那个战斗团是怎样。北非德军我就不知道会有什么东西了。北非德军就真的可以完全期待，因为他是之前完全没有出过的东西，全新的阵营。好了，那今天就先开到这里了，各位晚安了，拜拜。